Hello and welcome to the Groene Stad, Genk, nestled deep in the heart of the Limburg region of Belgium. KRC Genk, a multi-time league-winning football squad, is just part of the attraction, with industrial connections spanning back many a decade. Also, you can head here by plane via Brussels, or even the good old-fashioned train right here to Genk. Of course, the cuisine, the culture and the people is an experience all itself. But behind the calm facade of this big city is a storm waiting to erupt, and you will find that right here at the home of champions, Karting Genk, where the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the Golden Trophy are the big attraction this weekend, with over 220 drivers from nearly 30 different nations competing. Of course, the big question is, who will be our champions crowned right here at the home of champions? Join us and find out.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It is finals day for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all to the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. It is now today, Sunday, the 29th of October. And yesterday, 21 fast, furious, action-packed heats have set the tone for today's finals day. Over the course of today's proceedings, we will have 9 superheats up until the lunch break. Then we'll have the official drivers' parade for the Grand Festival. Before the lunch break will then give us a little bit of respite before the 6 finals will decide our 2023 winners of both the Grand Festival and, of course, the Golden Trophy. 224 drivers from 29 different nationalities have ventured to this 1,360-metre circuit, which also has 12 challenging and technical turns around its layout. Of course, yesterday decided the ranking after the heats. And in Micromax, with a total of 94 points, was Dominic Rosa from Hungary, followed by Jensen Chalk and Jack Freeman from the United Kingdom, Sees Moyes from the Netherlands, and Delari Harmonen rounding out the top 5 representing Finland, with the likes of Henry Möhring, Andreas Jederup, Harry Taylor, Ryan Rivers and Theo Steindal rounding out the top 10. In Minimax, it was last year's Grand Festival Micromax winner, Albert Friend, that took a maximum score of 150 points with 3 heat wins, followed by this year's RMC Nordic champion, Nikita Lubimov, Denny Babacek, Philippe Perez, Thomas Verheyen, Jakob Kubera, Lars Lambers, Vince van der Hallen, Bran van der Weken, and the UK's Luke Holmes-Balak round out the top 10. Juniors saw this year's European and BNL Karting Series junior champion, Matej Radenkovic, take 2 wins. He's followed closely by Buvin Power teammate Boaz Maximov, with Lewis Goff from Sam Pollitt Racing showing great prowess yesterday, picking up 2 finishes in the top 3. Max Cuthbert, Tom Stroller, Cameron Nelson, Jacob Ashcroft making his junior Rotax debut, round out the top 7, followed by Thomas Ingram Hill, Casper Nissen and Noah Janssen, who round out the top 10 in juniors. Seniors, no surprise, it was Belgium's Kai Hillerts who picked up 3 wins on the bounce, and he's closely followed by the likes of Lewis Gilbert, Ethan Jeff Hall, Thomas Strauver, Jaden Teen, Austin Lee, Dion van Verven, Mario Sidler, Kai Hunter and Mitch Haynert. DD2, it was Dole Motorsports' Nikita Genza that picked up 2 wins and is closely followed by the likes of Maxime Dirks from Belgium and the Dutch legend that is Mr. Bas Lammers. Amidst all of that, you've got the likes of Victor Frostbay, Jules Cousin, Patrick Snolls, Loch Melis, Finland's Vili Viljanen, Poland's David Maslakowicz, Maxim Shirko from Lithuania, and rounding out the top 10, Fabian Bock from Germany. DD2 Masters, it's a Danish 1-2 with Jannik Nielsen, followed by this year's BNL Karting Series kickoff winner Nikolai Christensen leading the way. Bastian Karpov, Igor Mukin, Luca Filipponi ran out the top 5, followed by the likes of Dimo Noto Francesco from Switzerland, Jonathan Wimo, Wim Rouleau, Lennart Schreiber, SH Moon from South Korea, and Camille Kubera rounding out the 11 strong in DD2 Masters. After the superheats, we will go down from 224 drivers to around 179 because some of the classes have been oversubscribed. So only the top 36 will make it through. There on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is the timetable. The Superheat for Micromax. All 32 drivers will be in action. And then we'll have 2 Superheats for Minis, 2 for Juniors, 2 for Seniors. And before the Drivers' Parade at 1:15 this afternoon, Central European time, of course, we have had to take into account that daylight savings time brought in an extra hour of sleep for everybody in the paddock, which is very much welcomed by the amount of people I spoke to this morning. There's Jensen Chalk, the number 64 from the UK with Dad Mike. He's going to be one of the ones to watch, including the likes of Sees Moyes, the number 34 from the Netherlands. Of course, the conditions in the last Minimax heat got a little bit tricky as rainfall did start to permeate its way onto the circuit, but it was more of a drizzle rather than a rain shower. So with regards to the Micromax drivers, 32 competitors representing 12 different nations. Some of the drivers in this field have already qualified for the Rotax Grand Finals. They've already secured their tickets, so some drivers will be gunning for it, including this young man, Jack Freeman, the number 93, running with Dan Holland Racing, this year's B&L Karting Series Minimax Rookie Champion. Had a great battle all the way through the season with Finn Albert Jorgensen, who's competing in the Minimax class. But a variety of talent up and down the field in this 32-strong grid. We are around about 3 minutes away from getting our first of 9 Superheats underway here at the Home of Champions. So for everyone wondering, what is going to be the format? Well, the format for the Superheats for Micro, Mini and Juniors goes from 7 minutes plus a lap to 9 minutes plus a lap. And then for all the other classes, so for the 2 senior Superheats, A and B, and DD2 and Masters, 12 minutes plus a lap apiece. And then for the finals, 11 minutes plus a lap for Micro, Mini and Junior, and 14 minutes plus a lap for the remaining classes. So the pre-grid is being cleared. There is the number 21 of Denmark's Andreas Jellerup. There is Ryan Rivers, the young man from the Netherlands, the number 3. Was very, very close to losing pole position in time qualifying on Friday evening under the floodlights by 4 1/1000ths of a second. Sees Moyes was very close to getting pole position. There's the number 2 of Marc-André Quesada from France, along with a few others. There's Jacobus Vasquez in the number 17. And also good to see some cutting-edge racing drivers making it all the way from Rye House in Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire. There's the number 12 of Benedictas Maziokas. Maximilian Kiel, the number 22, running with 42 competition. And Jeff Verbeek running with GKS Lemons Power based out of this very circuit, along with the Genka Kart Shop. The anticipation has built to this point. Yesterday was trying to survive and get through it. Now the real hard work for all of our 224 competitors from 29 different nations starts right now. After the Superheats, we will then have the intermediate classification, where some drivers in some of the oversubscribed classes, where it's more than 36 drivers, some of the drivers, their weekend will end after lunchtime. There is some maintenance work going on at the moment on the start-finish gantry, so we do have a slight delay. A big thank you to everyone that watched the stream yesterday. I can see that there are close to 240 people watching on the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. So 250 has just been hit. As I say, we've seen Lars Mick Photography, Annoyed saying my parents are there, and Ilari Harmanen, one of our competitors, saying let's go, and the flame emoji has been shown. Great to catch up with quite a few people last night. Also great to see the paddock a hive of activity once again. Everything is pretty much full. The car park is just off of the motocross track, just behind the main entrance to the circuit, is very, very packed indeed. And of course, Karting Genk next year celebrates its 40th anniversary, and it is the home circuit of a certain man that has recently become a three-time Formula One world champion, Max Verstappen from Red Bull Racing. So there will be a slight delay whilst this all gets rectified at the moment. But if you are watching at home, and we've got another couple of comments coming in. Monica Gonicate, let's go Ben. Damien Allo saying we need more live streams. There's plenty of live streams to come in 2024, let me tell you that, Damien. But there is the wonderful drone shots that we've been getting. Big thank you to Noreen for piloting the drone all the way through the weekend. And there you can see the hive of activity, the Micromax drivers waiting to go. The Minimax drivers for Superheat A are coming through. They're having their tyres scanned. And all the last few bits of adjustments are being made, ready for racing here at this fantastic and iconic circuit that has hosted World and European Championship events. A few waves to the camera, like the little detail at the bottom, just underneath the front visor of Jack Freeman's race helmet, the old deck of cards. Sunshine is peering through the clouds and is hitting the circuit around from the Europalan a little bit further backwards towards turn 10 at Cafe Corner. And a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes that has made this work, including also, we have to not forget, Team MKG, the marshalling crew. There's one of our team there, Franco on the buggy, making his way through. I think they need to introduce a speed limit for him. But a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Big waves from the Micromax drivers. Great to have them as part of this fantastic event, the Grand Festival. And one driver will be representing their nation and themselves at the forthcoming 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit, right by the Formula One track between the 2nd and the 9th of December this year. It will be the 23rd running of the Grand Finals. 2022 saw it return for the 4th time to the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão in Portugal. And great to see that Bahrain will be hosting it again for the 2nd time in 3 years. It's a wonderful circuit, wonderful culture, very welcoming people over there. And having had a look at the Rotax Global app this morning, over 215 drivers had registered the tickets that they have won this season. And as they say, now is the calm before the storm. It's all quiet on the circuit. Warm-up has already been carried out this morning. And these are the first drivers that will venture onto the circuit in full racing conditions here at this 1,360-metre 12-turn circuit. Let's take you through the starting grid of the first race of finals day here at Karting Genk. It's the Superheat for Micromax. On pole position will be Hungary's Dominic Rosa. Alongside will be Jensen Chalk from the United Kingdom. It's the UK and the Netherlands on row 2 with Jack Freeman and Sees Moyes. Finland and Germany on row 3 with Ilari Harmanen and Henry Möring. Andreas Jederer from Denmark and Harry Taylor from the UK round out the top 8. Ryan Rivers and Theo Steindal from the Netherlands and Norway round out the top 10. George Lobkis, Austin Oman, Marcandia Casada, Maria Roberto, aka the Missile. She needs to do some sends up the inside today to get herself a bit further up the intermediate classification. She'll be in front of Jokubas Vaskelis and Marius Reinhold. Benedictas Masiokas and Julian Duma round out row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Maximilian Kiel and Jonathan Otterson. Jeff Verbeek, Stavros Dotsos, Francia, Max Moore, Kimi May, Daniel Ferguson, Nicholas Zelensky, Dimitar Lazarov, Leon Hobos, Tave Niskanen, Tristan Abiels, Oliver Hochreuter and Mikhail Kumas round out the 16-row 32 strong grid. And great to see so much activity in the YouTube chat. Damien Allo, great to see you getting very, very vocal in there. Great to hear from Leo Gonzalez from Switzerland. Buenos dias, guten Morgen. Evet Reitonen giving support for Ilari Harmonen in the number 66, who starts from the inside of row number 3. We're on the official formation lap, and as I said earlier on, the duration of each superheat is longer than the heats yesterday. 9 minutes plus an additional lap for our Seoul Micromax Superheat. Now, for those wondering about the format, we had the ranking after heats yesterday, and then the points following on from the superheat will then be added to that total, and thereby will decide the grid for the finals later on. And also, the thing is, those wondering, who is the winner of the event? Is it based on points? No, it's winner take all in the finals later on. So it's Dominic Rosa and Jensen Chalk on the front row. They're looking to get things underway very, very quickly. Out of the final corner we go. So revs rise, noise increases. It's a full start straight away. The nerves are very much setting in with these drivers as they're going to go round for another tour of this 1,360-metre circuit. So full course yellow employed by the marshalling team here at Team MKG, ably assisted by race director Martin Leiner. Got a few more things coming in. Karting Gamer 144 saying go MKC Motorsport, who are running Mercantia Casada. Thomas Butcher saying smash it Jensen Chalk. Well, Jensen's on the outside of the front row, Thomas. So let's see what happens over the next 10 minutes or so once the lights go out. And wonderful drone shots. Big thank you to Noreen for doing such a great job this weekend. It's great to see the circuit from another bird's eye view perspective. Grandstand starting to fill up off of turn number 10. The drivers starting to get into line, and once they pass the red line towards the entrance to the pit lane here at this 12-turn circuit, that's the point of no return. Drivers forming up into the dual file, rolling start customary with Rotax Racing. Out of the final corner. Let's see if we can get it underway for the second time. Out of the final corner, revs rise, noise increases, lights are on, lights are out, we're underway. Good start by the inside of the front row with Jack Freeman slotting in behind Dominic Rosa as they head into turns 1 and 2 for the opening tour of this 1,360-metre circuit. We've got a spinner at the back. We've actually got, oh my goodness, that is 7, 8 karts involved off of turn number 2. Drivers trying to move their karts unassisted. So a big, big drama. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6 karts off at turn 1. So yellow flags at Marshall post 1. Marshalling team on their way to assist. 1 driver's managed to get their kart. That was kart number 7, who's just about to make their way out of turn 2. As the leaders, well, Dominic Rosa has got an absolute catapult lead at the moment, heading into turn 10 for the first time. So multiple drivers being assisted by the marshals, but Dominic Rosa will have to start to slow it down a little bit. Changes happening for around about 5th position as the drivers complete lap number 1. Dominic Rosa leads by over 1 second ahead of Jensen Chalk. No overtaking into turns 1 and 2. They've got to back out of it. So the drivers now will have to slow down. They cannot overtake, otherwise they will be pinged by race control by overtaking under yellows. But Dominic Rosa might be losing a small amount of that lead as they come through out of turn number 6. Through down the Europlan they go. So, Maria Roberto, Marius Reinhold, Jokobus Vasquez, Jonathan Otterson, Maximilian Kiel, Savros Tortos Francia and Daniel Ferguson. Well, it's Vasquez that actually got back going again. And there you can see 6 drivers out on the spot on the opening lap. We are down from 32 to 26 drivers. But the charge of the cavalry from behind Dominic Rosa is starting to close on in. Jensen Chalk second, Jack Freeman third. Fourth, it's Harry Taylor in the number 53. Ilari Harmanen has got Seesmoys alongside and now past going through into turn number 1. Austin Oman in the number 16 is right with them. Henry Möhring from Germany. Andreas Jaderup and Theo Steindal from Norway round out the top 10. It's going to be a very fierce battle for 5th position because Seesmoys has got the flying fin in the form of Ilari Harmanen up the inside through into turn 6 and gets through. Seesmoys with the cutback. It's side by side behind them as Austin Oman manages to pull ahead of Henry Möhring down the Europalan into turn number 7. And Ilari Harmanen drops 2 positions as a direct result of battling away with Seesmoys. Tries to look up the inside of Henry Möhring through turn 8. Goes towards the outside of the number 66 Finnish driver on the CRG, and they're side by side coming out of turn 9, heading down into turn 10. Harmanen stays ahead of the German for the moment, but with 6 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Oliver Hochreuter now up to 23rd. Tristan Abeels up to 22nd. Benediktas Masiokas now moves up into 17th. Max Moore rounds out the top 15 as Dominic Rosa has got a fast-charging Jensen Chalk right behind him. The number 64 is closing in for the race lead. And as they make their way through out of turns 4 and 5 and head into the right-hand 180-degree hairpin, Chalk goes for the move, gets the lead, and Jack Freeman nearly gets through as well, but has to back out of it at the last moment. The main reason being is that Rosa tried to cut back onto the racing line, and that stopped any momentum that Jack Freeman had. Just behind them, Harry Taylor has got Seesmoys and Austin Oman not too far behind, so that's the battle over 4th place as the leaders make their way out of turn number 9. And quite a few trains at the back end of the field coming out of turn 9. But Jensen Chalk has got past Dominic Rosa earlier on in the lap at turn 6 and has now started to pull away convincingly. There's the move from Seesmoys up the inside of Harry Taylor. Oh, we've got more drama coming out of turn 11. One of which might be the number 15, that's Kimi May. And also the number 12 of Maziorkas. So 3 carts trying to go into the same space and 2 ended exiting out stage right coming out of turn number 11. Maziorkas manages to get back behind the wheel. Will he get that kart started and fired up and moved? Kimi May pulling frantically on the Nassau panel. Can't have any assistance from the marshal. Otherwise, they're out of the race. Rosa, in the meantime, gets back past Jack Freeman, who did briefly, for a moment or two, have second position in his grasp. And the Hungarian gets back through at turn 7. Well over the halfway point in this superheat. Yellow flags heading down into turn number 10. Kimi May, unfortunately, is out, and the frustration is clear on the young German's body language. But now Jensen Chalk is starting to sprint away into the distance. His lead was over 3.5 tenths last time, and after lap number 5, it's 8 tenths. Jack Freeman is within lunge range of Dominic Rosa. So Kimi May becomes the 7th driver out of this race. And unfortunately, the number 15 from Germany retires on lap number 3. But Dominic Rosa is pretty much got his hands full with Jack Freeman. Seesmoys leads the battle behind and is in front now of Austin Oman, who has got Harry Taylor not too far behind. They've also got another driver in the form of Ilari Harmanen in the number 66 from Finland, rounding out the top 7 drivers. They've also, in the meantime, dropped Henry Möhring, who is about 8 tenths behind. But Jack Freeman trying to use everything in the playbook to get past the Hungarian in the number 24 in front of him. Coming out of turn 11, now through into turn 12. The 93 will have the added bonus of slipstream coming down the very long start-finish straight, but does not decide to chance the move. There's still over 2.5 minutes to play, plus an additional lap for Freeman to use the strategy to the best of his ability at this moment. Says Moyes leads the battle behind. So he's now up into 4th place. Austin Aman, Harry Taylor, Ilari Harmanen, Henry Merring, Theo Steindal, and also Andreas Jererup round out the top 10. So from 32 at the start of the race, we're now down to 25, rounded out by Jokubas Vasquez and Benedictas Masiokas, who are not that far apart. Ilari Harmanen trying to size the move up on Harry Taylor, going through into turn 9. Not enough momentum for the Finnish driver to get through. Jack Freeman still holding station at the moment. Still holding on to that 3rd position. Trying to keep Dominic Rosa from Hungary guessing as to what move he's going to do. Rosa pulls a little bit to the right-hand side on the start-finish straight to block any advance that Jack Freeman will make. As Ilari Harmanen sends it up the inside through on Harry Taylor through turn number 2 to now take 6th position. No further changes in the top 20, rounded out by the Czech Republic's Nicholas Zelensky in the number 29. Whilst Austin Oman and Says Moyes continue to battle over 4th position, making their way through out of turn number 8. And Jack Freeman, in the meantime, has got through for 2nd. But Dominic Rosa is pulling to the outside of turn number 10. Freeman keeps it pinned to the outside, the inside, and retains 2nd position. But Jensen Chalk is like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof. He's away, he's clear, and doesn't have to worry about what's happening behind him. We go on to the penultimate lap of the Micromax Superheat here for the Grand Festival, and Jensen Chalk's lead now expands to nearly 1.6 seconds. Battle for P2 still will rage on until the checkered flag, I'm sure, but Jack Freeman trying to do his level best to make that DHR cart as wide as humanly possible at the back end. Dominic Rosa tried to look to size up and move through turn 6. Nicely defended by Jack Freeman, who pulls to the right-hand side on the Europlan to get through and stay in 2nd at turn 7, which the young man from the United Kingdom manages to do. So the timer has expired. 9 minutes have elapsed. And Jack Freeman has Dominic Rosa again to the outside heading into turn 10. But look at the train behind, being led by Says Moyes from the Netherlands. They are closing in on 2nd and 3rd position as Dominic Rosa looks to get the sweep underneath. Jack Freeman through the final corner, and the Hungarian retakes 2nd position going on to the final lap of the Superheat for Micromax here at the Grand Festival. Jensen Chalk's lead is now a whopping nearly 3 seconds, and he's already making his way through turn 5. And now, I did mention about the train behind Rosa and Freeman, and Says Moyes is right on the back bumper. Ilari Harmanen sends it, clatters into the right-hand side with a slight touch on Says Moyes. That allows Osterman to try and keep a hold, maybe a 4th, going through into turn 7. Harmanen keeps it to the outside. He clashes into the left-hand side of Says Moyes, and there's Harry Taylor up the inside of the Finnish driver through the exit of turn number 8. But the checkered flag will wave very shortly as Jensen Chalk from the United Kingdom makes his way through the 12th and final corner. And your winner of the Grand Festival Micromax Superheat, it's Jensen Chalk from the UK. Dominic Rosa from Hungary takes 2nd. 3rd, it's Jack Freeman. 4th, Austin Oman from the UK. 5th, Says Moyes from the Netherlands. Harry Taylor from the UK takes 6th, ahead of Ilari Harmanen from Finland. Henry Merring from Germany. Andreas Jererup from Denmark. And Theo Steindal from Norway round out your top 10. There is your Micromax Superheat winner, Jensen Chalk. A maximum score for the young man. And great to see him at his very, very best. He's going to be a hard driver to beat in the final a little bit later on. As I said, some of the drivers have already qualified for the grand finals. Some have not. And it is a winner-take-all event. So here are your results for the Micromax Superheat. Jensen Chalk takes the win by 3.7 seconds. Head of Dominic Rosa from Hungary, Jack Freeman, Osterman, Seis Moyes, Harry Taylor, Ilari Harmanen, Henry Möhring, Andreas Jederup, Theo Steindal running at the top 10. Marc-André Quesada from France takes 11th, head of Julian Duma, George Lobkis, Ryan Rivers, Jeff Verbeek, Mikhail Kumas, Max Moore, Dimitar Lazarov, and then we've got Tafi Niskanen and the Czech Republic's Nicholas Zelensky rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the 25 finishers, Leon Herbos, Tristan Abils, Oliver Hochreuter, Jokubas Vaskelis and Benedictas Masiokas. We lost Kimi May on a 3-kart incident out of turn 11 on lap 3, and on the opening lap at turn 1, we lost Maria Roberto, Marius Reinhold, Jonathan Otterson, Maximilian Kiel, Stavros Sotos Francia, and also Daniel Ferguson. So, looking back at the Micromax Superheat, we then see, well, out of shot is where the multi-kart incident, there were 7 involved. Jokubas Vaskelis managed to get his kart back onto the circuit, but we lost 6 very, very early in the Micromax Superheats as everyone was jockeying for position going through turn 6. Ladi Harmanen was on a bit of a mission to send it up the inside of people, including Seis Moyes from the Netherlands, Austin Aman, and also Andreas Jellerup, with the Finn showing some great overtaking prowess. Here's the move on Dominic Rosa that meant that Jensen Chalk would end up in the lead, and then Rosa would defend against Jack Freeman going through the same corner. Seis Moyes would then get past Harry Taylor. As the battles raged on at the front, Jensen Chalk trying to pull away. Jack Freeman would then get past Rosa through turns 1 and 2 to take second position. But with that all being said, Jack Freeman and Dominic Rosa would go into a fantastic battle over second position. Ilari Harmanen went for a bit too much of a late lunge and clattered into the side of Seis Moyes, which allowed Austin Aman to get through. And again, another clash between Harmanen and Moyes going through into turn 7. But it was Jensen Chalk that won the Micromax Superheat by a convincing margin. Shout out to Zen Lindemann, by the way. He's just messaged me on Instagram and just posted a picture of me in the commentary box. Right, okay. Now we go to our first of 2 Superheats for Minimax. It's Superheat A. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Albert Friend from the UK. He's going to be joined on the front row by Denny Babacek from the Czech Republic. Thomas Verheyen and Lars Lambers will line up on row number 2. Bran van der Weyken and Michal Zajak from Poland will round out row 3. Vic van Kampenhout and Alexander van Meeuwen will be on row 4. Finn Albert Jorgensen and T. Erin Undologan from Turkey round out the top 10. Joshua Griffin, Tom the Farmer Reed, Daniel Minto, Victor Reitz, Mason Yering, Asmi Heiser, James van der Poel, Albi Lapper, Boris Maligranda and Samir Paul round out the top 20. AJ Berggraf, Janet Solaranta, Christian Beck, Pauline Van Preet, Mikko Lienschweers and Ivan Chernega round out the 26-strong grid. So as we had with the Micromax Superheat, the Minimax Superheats will also be in duration. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. The sunshine starting to really beam down on the circuit here at Karting Genk. So the drivers making their way through turn number 11 at a crawl. as they now make their way towards the point of no return. The red line indicated just past the left arrow and the word pit alongside it. Albert Friend, the outgoing Micromax Grand Festival champion, is gunning for the Minimax title this year. This will probably make him the only person to win 2 in a row in 2 successive seasons in the 2 respective classes. Out of the final corner, noise rises, revs increase. Lights are out first time, we're underway. As they start to fan out, heading into turns 1 and 2. Good start by Albert Friend, but he's been put under pressure early by the likes of Thomas Verheyen. So he'll make their way through turn number 2 into 3, 2, 3 abreast at some point towards the back end of the field. As they all make their way through into turn 5, and already a great start by Albert Friend. He managed to get the traction better than anybody coming out of turn 2 and has made good his escape early doors. But Lars Lambers up the inside and past Thomas Verheyen into turn number 7. Down the Europalan, two wide at certain points outside of the top 15. Everyone's still making their way through on this opening tour of this 1,360-metre circuit. But Albert Friend has a comfortable lead over Lars Lambers in second. Third, Thomas Verheyen. Out of turn 11, and it's Denny Babacek, Vic van Kampenhout that round out the top 5. Michael Zayak rounding out, I think, top 6, but he's being pressurised by Alexander Van Meeuwen for 6th place as they come across the line. Albert Friend's lead over Lars Lambers, nearly 4.5 tenths of a second after the opening lap. Through into turns 1 and 2 again, leaders making their way towards turn 4. Lars Lambers looks to be closing that gap ever so slightly as the drivers make their way onto the Europlan once again. Off of turn number 6. Albert Friend keeps his head down. Lars Lambers is closing very, very quickly. That's about a kart length distance between the front bumper of Lambers and the rear bumper of Friend. Out of turn number 8 as Denny Babacek puts his crosshairs onto a certain Thomas Verheyen in the 182. Through into turn 10 they go once again. Babacek might have the run on the 182 heading out of turn number 11 and into turn 12. As Lambers is looking for the move for the race lead, up the inside he goes, and at the same time, Babacek gets through for third on Thomas Verheyen. So Lambers, after lap 2, leads by 63 thousandths over Albert Friend. And Albert Friend gets the massive undercut by use of the slipstream out of the final corner and gets through on Lambers. Babacek is now closing, heading through out of turn number 5. Now he's going to get the move because Lambers went a bit deep into turn 6 and Babacek is through for 2nd place. Some moves happening a bit further back. I think Joshua Griffin is battling away with the likes of Michael Zayak, and that is for position as Alexander Van Meeuwen has gotten up to 5th place, having passed Vic van Kampenhout from Belgium in the 124. Out of turn 11 they go once again. And now heading into the 12th and final corner. So, and great move through turn 12 under braking by Alexander Van Meeuwen on Thomas Verheyen as Babacek goes for the lead and gets it on the run into turn 2 off of Albert Friend, was half a tenth behind the 191, who straight away is back up the inside, and there goes Lars Lambers through at turn 5. Incredible composure, great racing respect and racing room given by the Minimax drivers in this opening superheat. Lambers again looking for that opportunity as Vic van Kampenhout tries to get past Thomas Verheyen, but to no avail. So out of turn number 9, any one of these 6 drivers at the front end of the field could win this superheat. I know Albert Friend very, very well. He'll want to have a clean sweep going into the final a little bit later on today. 4 minutes down, 5 to go, plus an additional lap. Albert Friend continues to lead. 1/10 ahead of Lars Lambers, who's looking up the inside. Babacek's going to get through as well. And Albert Friend at one corner manages to, well, ends up dropping from 1st to 3rd. Again, he tries the same trick on Babacek through turn 4, but Babacek was wise to it, knew it was happening, and Alexander Van Meeuwen is now on the back of the train. Babacek now trying to get the undercut. through turn 6. He's going to get the side draft off of Lambers. Albert Friend also trying to get through. Lambers round the outside of Babacek. Friend nearly making it 3 wide coming through turn 7. They all scrape through. Verheyen gets through on Van Meeuwen, and Van Kampenhout is also there. They've got to watch themselves because they've got Griffin, Unlodogan, Van der Weyken, Jorgensen. They round out the top 10. When they start battling at the front, expect those behind to start catching. And that is very much happening right in front of our very eyes. So lap 5 completed. Lambers leads from Babacek. Friend in 3rd. Verheyen was in 4th until Alexander Van Meeuwen just passed him on the start-finish straight and heading into turns 1 and 2. Now there's going to be a change again for 2nd. Albert Friend back through up to P2 on Denny Babacek. Out of turn 6 and onto the Europalan. Line astern go the drivers through turn 7. Now into the right-hand sweeper at 8. And that train is going to concertina very, very quickly. We might have 3 1/4 minutes still left to go, plus an additional lap in this first Minimax Superheat. But Lambers leads the way. Friend in 2nd, gets a little touch from behind, courtesy of Babacek. Van Meeuwen waiting for the ringside seat. Oh, mistake from Lambers. And Friend gets through. Babacek might get through, so might Van Meeuwen. No, they don't. Not all of them do. Van Meeuwen slots back in behind Lambers going into turns 1 and 2 and waits for his opportunity to get past in his own right. Through into the fast left-hander at turn 5 and then hard on the brakes, rotate the car. Babacek up the inside again to retake 2nd from Lambers. Van Kampenhout trying to get through as well. Lambers going from left to right and sweeps round the outside of Babacek. He's not going to make that through. Van Kampenhout round the outside of Van Meeuwen and then Verheyen gets through on the 124. And there is Joshua Griffin, Bran van der Weyken, T. Erin Unlodogan and Finn Albert Jorgensen. But what does this mean? Albert Friend has clawed away into the distance. So has Denny Babacek. So everyone else behind. There's going to be 8 drivers battling over 3rd place. We've still got 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And the action is plentiful here in the Minimax opening superheat of the day. As Van Kamp, yellow flags at Marshall Post 7. We've got someone backwards off of turn number 12 who's just rejoined. And could be Mason Yering, I believe, that dropped to the end at the bottom of the field. That is the case. The 1-1-10 from Denmark down to the bottom part of the field. But Albert Friend is not quite scarpering away into the distance. Verheyen has just lost out to Van Kampenhout. And also Bran van der Weyken in the meantime. Whilst Lars Lambers and Alexander Van Meeuwen are battling away over 3rd place. There's the train behind. So Bran van der Weyken managing to get through on Thomas Verheyen. Vic Van Kampenhout in hot pursuit. Coming up to the final minutes, plus an additional lap of what's been an exciting Minimax Superheat out of 2. As Vic Van Kampenhout looks to pull alongside Thomas Verheyen heading into turns 1 and 2. Albert Friend holding on to the lead, but by only a 10th as we head onto what will be more than likely our penultimate lap of this race. Lap 9 underway here at Karting Genk. And Babacek is looking to break the streak of Albert Friend so far this weekend, who's had 3 wins yesterday in the heats. Friend now starting to bend. Babacek sweeps to the outside. Van Meeuwen does the same on Lambers, unable to get through at turn 7. Now it's 4 in a line coming out of turn number 9. So Friend leads Babacek, Lambers, Van Meeuwen. Van der Weyken has cleared away from Thomas Verheyen in the meantime. Timer is fast approaching 0 as Lambers snakes under braking. Babacek gets the lead off a Friend. And then all of a sudden Alexander Van Meeuwen does the lot of them. 1 more lap to go. Van Meeuwen leads ahead of Babacek. Friend in 3rd. Lambers and Van der Weyken complete the top 5. They were covered by 5.5 tenths after lap number 9. We're on the 10th and final lap, and look at the train behind them. And that is being led by Thomas Verheyen with the likes of Joshua Griffin Oh no, that was a bit of a late lunge there from Lars Lambers, straight into the right-hand side of Albert Friend. And Denny Babacek now fires it up the inside past Alexander Van Meeuwen through turn 8, but he runs wide. Van Meeuwen nearly got back through. And Bran van der Weyken in third place is there or thereabouts. Albert Friend is not out of this yet, but we've only got 3 corners, including turn 10 to go. And the checkered flag this time is being prepared. And the winner of the opening superheat for Minimax, what a surprise this has been after a tumultuous affair. It's Denny Babacek that takes the win, ahead of Alexander Van Meeuwen and Bran van der Weyken rounding out the top 3. Lars Lambers takes 4th ahead of Albert Friend. Thomas Verheyen, Joshua Griffin, Vic van Kampenhout, Thierry Underlogan and Michal Zayak from Poland round out the top 10. Tom Reed, Daniel Minto, Albi Lapper, Victor Reitz, Finn Albert Jorgensen, and round out the top 15. Samir Paul, Ivan Chernega, James van der Poel, Boris Marigranda, Christian Beck, Pauline van Preet, Mikolian Schweers, AJ Bergraf, Janet Salaranta, Asmi Heiser, and Mason Yering round out the 26-strong field. And, oh, well, Lars Lambers just got a telling off from Albert Friend on the cool-down lap. But there you are. There is our race winner for Superheat A for Minimax, Denny Babacek. And look at the jubilation on Bran van der Weyken's body language. And he's celebrating P3. And Albert Friend and Lars Lambers, I think, are going to have a post-race discussion. But great celebrations for the 2 drivers from GKS, with Alexander Van Meeuwen finishing in 2nd, Bran van der Weyken rounding out the top 3. So, Minimax Superheat A, well, that was an absolute cracker. Albert Friend led the field heading into turns 1 and 2 on the opening lap out of 10. And everyone safely making their way through. It was 3 wide at points, especially going through here at turn number 4. But then things started to change at the front end. The intensity started to build. And of course, there will be a little bit of nerve setting in as Lars Lambers managed to get through on Albert Friend, who then retook the lead a little bit earlier on. Then Denny Babacek and Thomas Verheyen started coming into the mix, along with a certain 1-2-7 in the form of Alexander Van Meeuwen. But Denny Babacek would then stake his claim to the race lead and would overtake Albert Friend using the slipstream heading into turns 1 and 2. Lars Lambers then took his turn at the front end of the field, with Babacek also getting past Albert Friend in the meantime. Whereas Alexander Van Meeuwen was just waiting the wings to see what would transpire in front of him. Of course, the chess games continued, and Lars Lambers tried to go around the outside of Denny Babacek. Albert Friend tried to sneak up the inside, but was quickly had it quickly defended by Babacek, who was trying to be on the upper foot, the upper hand when it came to being against Lars Lambers. And then Albert Friend retook the lead. Alexander Van Meeuwen trying to also make his impact felt, as there was a little touch between Lambers and Van Meeuwen heading into turn 2. And then this moment here was one of the moves that we saw Lars Lambers being very, very late on the brakes and diving up the inside, first of all on Denny Babacek. And then Babacek would then return the favour going through into turn 7. It was wheel to wheel, sidewall to sidewall. And then Vic van Kampenhout tried to steal a march on Alexander Van Meeuwen, losing out to Thomas Verheyen. There was the moment where we saw a little bit of contact between, that was the it was one of the Sodi carts. And then we had the 110 ending up around and backwards. Albert Friend was still trying to defend against the advances this moment here saw Lars Lambers sideways, Alexander Van Meeuwen doing 3 drivers in the same corner, which included Lambers, Friend and Babicek out of turn 12. And for initially a moment taking the race lead, Lars Lambers' late lunge there cost potentially Albert Friend the victory in the superheat. And Albert Friend showing his displeasure about it. Babicek and Van Meeuwen started battling away through turn 8, but Babicek took the win. Van Meeuwen and Van der Weyken absolutely jubilant as 2 GKS drivers ended up in the top 3, with Lambers and Friend running out the top 5 behind Denny Babicek, the Superheat 8 winner. So Superheat B Minimax, let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it will be Nikita Lyubimov, followed by Felipe Reyes on the front row. Jakob Kubera and Vince van der Halen round out row 2, with Luca Holmes-Balak and Alex Goodson on row 3. Kai Clark and João Maria Pereira round out row 4, with Maxime Becker and Christoph Killer completing the top 10. Boris Verhaag and Christian Sejersen round out row 6, ahead of Rasmus Koskinen and Lieke van Berkel. Erik Brandsborg and Nathan Rybczynski, row 8. Row 9, Lewin Seidel and Leo Livings. And completing the top 20, Noel Zack and Unter Olavi Lakonen. Row 11, Hasnain Khan and Blair Smith line up alongside each other. Row 12 is Sebastian Brandt and Benjamin Vu, with Miyazaki and Joris Bluxner completing the 26-strong grid. So the drivers now head onto their official formation lap. The red lights are set on the gantry with 9 minutes set on the timer. Drivers make their way down the famed Europalan, the back straightaway, with the flags of Karting Genk, GKS, and Home of Champions flapping away in the breeze. The wind has picked up quite significantly over the last few moments, but the track is dry and is perfect for racing. The drivers weaving from side to side coming out of turn 9 and heading into turn 10. So Lyubimov, Reyes, Kubera, Van der Halen, Holmes-Balak, Goodson, Clark, Pereira, Becker and Killer. That is your top 10. 9 minutes plus an additional lap awaits the winner of Superheat B for Minimax. Who's going to be the one taking the checkered flag first? Well, give us about 10 and a half minutes. We'll find out with you. Out of the final corner, revs rise, noise increases. Lights are on, lights are out, we're underway. Good start by the pole sitter. And there is one driver gesticulating in the background. Jakob Kubera already trying to make great inroads from the inside of row number 2, trying to get up into second position, but stays in third ahead of Felipe Reyes. Nikita Lyubimov has kept the race lead through turn 5 so far. And now has got Luca Holmes-Balak up the inside, through off of turn number 6. We've got yellow flags, couple of drivers off at turn number 6. I think one of them was the 141 of Christoph Killer, possibly, in the Energy Corsa chassis. There we have, well, it's actually Kai Clark that has made the move up to second. Luke Holmes-Balak looks to be in 5th place at the minute. Jakob Kubera in 3rd, being followed closely by Felipe Reyes in the 107 as they make their way out of turn 11. So Lyubimov leads, Clark in 2nd, Kubera 3rd, Reyes in 4th. Maxime Becker looks to make a move. That was on the 126 of Alex Goodson. So Lyubimov leads after the opening lap, ahead of Kai Clark. Jakob Kubera, who now has Felipe Reyes alongside and passed for 3rd place. So a switch for positions. Luke Holmes-Balak, Maxime Becker, Alex Goodson, Vince van der Halen, Rasmus Koskinen and Boris Verhaag round out the top 10. A good move there by the 126 of Alex Goodson. But Luke Holmes-Balak was close, well, was very, very quick to respond. Got the undercut, got the crisscross. through turn number 6 onto the Europelan, where they're pulling over 100 kilometers an hour, heading into the braking zone. Boris Varg very, very close to the 157 of C4 Racing's Maxime Becker. Trials and tribulations yesterday to the 157 from Germany. Actually was pinged for being underweight in one of the heats yesterday and was promptly excluded from the session. Boris Verhaag now fires it up the inside of the 157 through turn 12. Some moves behind them. I think it might have been Hasnain Khan possibly looking on a move up the inside through turn 12. As now, that's a nice little move there by Vince van der Hallen. That was on the 126 of Alex Goodson. Running with Reese Hunter's squad, Hunter Motorsport. Good to see them back in the paddock. And another overtake done on Luc Holmes-Balak by Vince van der Hallen, who's now the 125 is battling with the 126, but they've got to be very, very careful. They've got Boris Verhaag and Maxime Becker very, very close behind. Verhaag looks up the inside of the 126 of Goodson through turn 9, uses a little bit of curb to assist, can't quite get the move completed. So the drivers make their way through out of turn number 12, and Nikita Lubimov continues to lead after lap number 3. Kai Clark and Felipe Reyes very much intertwined in battle for second place as the 107 tries to get through on the 106 through turn 2. Felipe Reyes sideways through turn 3, nearly made it up the inside, but Kai Clark was very wise to it, knew that Felipe Reyes had a run of momentum heading through into turns 2 and 3, and was able to adjust accordingly. Meanwhile, Jakub Kubera has dropped a few places down the order. Now finds himself behind Alex Goodson, but ahead of the likes of Boris Verhaag and Maxime Becker. So Kubera looks to be down into 7th position at this time. 5 minutes and 20 seconds still to go in this second Minimax Superheat here at the home of champions. And Lubimov starting to stride away into the distance. The gap was 4/10 after 3 laps. Looks like it could be north of half a second very shortly. Lubimov still leads. Lap 4 in the books, and the gap now is 0.77 of a second. There's the move for P2 by Felipe Reyes on Kai Clark. Through turn 2, Clark tries to counter-attack through 3, into 4, and is right behind the Dutchman in the 107 through into 5. But still, the young man from the Netherlands holds on to that second position. Kai Clark gets his head down. So does Felipe Reyes, heading down the Europelan into turn 7. Now through the sweeper at turn 8. So other positions being gained. Unto Olavi Lakonen from Finland up to 22nd. Christoph Killer up to 18th. Joao Maria Pereira behind Hasnain Khan in 11th and 10th, respectively. But Lubimov's lead is starting to expand further as we're more than halfway through this second and last superheat for Minimax. So Nikita Lubimov puts in the fastest lap of the race and expands the gap to 1.1 seconds, 59.195 for the young driver from Estonia. Maxime Becker and Boris Verhaag have got past Jakub Kubera, who now drops to 9th. As Blair Smith loses a position to Unto Olavi Lakonen, who jumps up to 21st in the meantime. But the battles are very much fast and furious here in this Minimax Superheat B. And still a 3-way scrap for what is 5th position. Luc Holmes-Balak in the 125, battling away with Alex Goodson, and the 133 from the Netherlands, Boris Verhaag. 3¼ minutes still remain. And things are very much undecided as of yet. The top 3 are as they were after lap 5, as we go on to lap 7. Lap 6 being completed. Fastest personal best. Oh, change for 5th and 6th position. So Alex Goodson up to P5 ahead of Boris Verhaag, and Luc Holmes-Balak now down to 7th place. Catching them is Germany's Maxime Becker in the 157. And Verhaag now gets through on Goodson for P5, who had to defend very, very quickly once Verhagen got through and not allow the 125 of Luc Black to get through for 6th place. And now Maxime Becker is about 4 to 5 kart lengths behind Luc Black in 7th place. As there are the drivers competing over what is 2nd position on the road. Felipe Reyes still battling away with Kai Clark in the 106 from the UK. Another new fastest lap, 2 within the last 3 from Nikita Lubimov. 59.146 seconds. And Lubimov might have this one very much in the bag. The timer is counting down. We've got about 1 minute and 40 plus an additional lap still to go in this 2nd and last superheat for the Minimax, and also the last superheat for the Grand Festival for 2023. Becker last time around was about 4 tenths behind the 1-2-5 of the UK's Luca Holmes-Balak, who is still trying to get past Alex Goodson and possibly have an opportunity to get through on Boris Verhagen, who still holds on at this time to 5th position. Blair Smith now past Benjamin Voul for 23rd. Joris Pluxner now up to, well, from 26th on the grid to 18th, having gotten past Poland's Natan Rybczynski. And Kai Clark getting very, very close to the rear bumper of Felipe Reyes in the battle for 2nd position. As we're now on to lap number 9 in the Minimax Superheat B. And Felipe Reyes still holding off the advances of a certain Kai Clark in the 106 as they make their way through out of turn 7 into turn 8. Clark is probably going to try and tee up a move, I would say, possibly coming out of the final corner. That's the best opportunity that the drivers have. If you're within 1/10.5 of a second, you will have a very, very good slipstream assisting you down the start-finish straight. It's going to be close. 2 more laps to go. Nikita Lubimov crossed the line with 4 seconds on the timer remaining. And now the timer expires. Next time around, it'll be the last lap for Minimax Superheat B. And Lubimov still holds the fastest lap of the race, a 59.146 second lap time around this 1.36 kilometer circuit. Kai Clark still keeping Felipe Reyes guessing as to when he's going to make his move to get through for 2nd place. It will really give either the Briton or the Dutch driver the opportunity to have a good haul of points in this superheat. 75 points for a superheat win, 69 for 2nd, 63 for 3rd place. So now the final lap of the superheats gets underway for the Grand Festival. We have got a 5-second time penalty incoming for the 185, and that is Lieke van Berkel from the Netherlands. A real shame for the young driver from the Netherlands. She's been showing some very, very good prowess again this weekend. Every time seems to improve when getting out on track. But the leaders making their way down the Europolan for the final time. Nikita Lubimov, after lap number 10, had an incredible advantage of 1.3 seconds. It's still nip and tuck, and there is a drama. That's Maxime Becker. Oh, Maxime Becker was 8th, and he's dropped all the way down the order. That is disaster for the young driver from Germany. As the leaders now making their way through, Lubimov now exits turn number 11 for the final time. Felipe Reyes has held on for dear life, but the winner of the Minimax Superheat B is Estonia's Nikita Lubimov. Felipe Reyes holds off Kai Clark to take 2nd, with the Brit finishing in 3rd. And great work by Vince van der Halen, taking 4th ahead of Boris Verhagen. Alex Goodson, Luca Holmes-Balak ran out the top 7. Jakub Kubera 8th. Hasnain Khan, nice work there by the 180, who started 21st, finished 9th on the road. João Maria Pereira from Portugal rounds out the top 10. Lieke van Berkel is 11th. but will be hit with a 5-second time penalty that could unfortunately dump her out of the top 15. Christian Sejersen, Erik Brandsborg, Christoph Killer, Maxime Becker, Luan Seidel, Juris Pluxner, Nathan Rybczynski, Rasmus Koskinen, Noel Zak, Unter Olavi Lakonen, Sebastian Brandt, Benjamin Vu, Leo Livings, Miyazaki. I've got Blair Smith as retired on lap 8. Please ignore the fact that Juris Pluxner has shown up on the timing twice. But that is Minimax Superheat B completed with the win going to Estonia's Nikita Lubimov. So with Mini Max Superheat B, again, the action was plentiful up and down the order. Everyone making their way through into turns 1 and 2 very, very nicely indeed. And with it being 3-4 abreast at turn number 2 on the opening lap, it was just a case of everyone having to make sure they got through. But a couple of drivers got caught up as it was the 1-4-1 and the 1-3-7, Luan Seidel and Christoph Killer, that would end up having to make a recovery drive through the field. Jakob Kubera would have a blistering start getting up into the top, being in the top 3, maybe even having a chance of the race lead heading into the opening lap, but then would be passed by the likes of Kai Clark and also Felipe Reyes. Vince van der Hallen would also showcase the opportunities that he was given as he went up the inside of the 126 of Alex Goodson going through into turn 3 earlier on in the race. Felipe Reyes would then make the move on Kai Clark to take second through turn 2. But the battle between the likes of Boris Verhaag, Alex Goodson and Luca Holmes-Black would rage on all the way through to the end of the race itself. But Maxime Becker's moment, well, it was self-induced, I think, coming out of turn number 6. But Nikita Lubimov taking the win in the final Minimax Superheat of this year's Grand Festival. Now time for the next of our two sets of superheats. It's Superheat A for Junior Rotax. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it will be Belgium's Matej Radenkovic. Joining him on the front row, the man from Sam Pollitt Racing, Lewis Goff, is on the front row. Tom Streller and Junior Rotax debutant this weekend, Jacob Ashcroft, round out row 2. Casper Nissen and Tino Sidler will be on row number 3. Lucas Sells and Timo Jungling row 4, and completing the top 10 is Jake Menton and Victor Galmiche. Sinja Pez Ornball and Julian Kovacevic round out row 6. Row 7, it's Francisek Sulima and Mate Kobehidze. Row 8, Aaron Vida and Mathis Ometre, with row 9 being completed by Ryan Gandor and Matthias Jellerup. Completing the 20-strong grid from the UK, it's Zach Turner in the 275, and joining him, fellow Brit Ethan Carney on the 286 entry. So the drivers now making their way on the official formation lap ahead of 9 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Matej Radenkovic at this moment has 2 wins and has a maximum score of 100 points coming into this race. If he picks up the win here, that'll put him on a maximum of 175 points going into the final later on this afternoon. The Micromax final will be at 14:30. Minimax at 14:55, juniors at 15:20, seniors at 15:45, 16:10 for DD2, and masters at 16:35. That is for Central European time. The timetable also for those watching is in the description for the YouTube live link. And a big thank you to nearly 460 people watching. As I say that, 460 now are watching this stream live and direct from the home of champions. So it's Matej Radenkovic and Lewis Goff on the front row. And Isaac Barker wishing Jacob Ashcroft, who's on the outside of row number 2, all the very best of luck. Let's see what happens as the drivers make their way out of the 12th and final corner. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are on, lights are out, we are underway. Good start by the inside row, including pole sitter Matej Radenkovic, and also including Tom Streller as they make their way through into turn 3 for the opening time. Mathis Ometre looking around the outside, and I think might have just gotten through on Tino Sidler. As through into turn 6 for the opening time. Lewis Goff looking up the inside of Tom Streller and has gotten side by side with the youngster from Latvia. Ashcroft also trying to get through at turn 7. Streller runs a little bit wide, a little bit deep. Lewis Goff gets through for 2nd, and Jacob Ashcroft gets through for 3rd at turn 8. And now another change of position. That will be more than likely Lucas Sells that has gotten up into 5th place, 2 wide going into turn 10. As Lewis Goff is in 2nd position. There's Timo Jungling, hot on the heels of Casper Nissen, and now past the young Dane through into turn 12. 2x2 hurrah a little bit further back, including the 203 of Victor Galmiche from France. Tino Sidler battling away with Lucas Sells for position. That's for 7th. There's the battle for P5. Jungling ahead of Casper Nissen. With 7 minutes and 40 seconds still to go in this first of 2 superheats. Casper Nissen still hanging on to the back bumper of Timo Jungling, coming out of turn 7 off the Europolon into turn 8. Now into the left-hander here at 9. The Dane trying to get through. Jungling defending on the racing line. But Radenkovic, Goff, and I can't believe I'm saying this, and Ashcroft round out the top 3 at the moment. Out of turn 12, lap number 2 completed. Fastest lap of the race is Jacob Ashcroft. 57 flat. So what is going to be the opportunity for Jacob Ashcroft? He was quicker by half a tenth in terms of Lewis Goff's pace, and Mateo Radenkovic 57.285. And there is Tom Strela in fourth, Timo Jungling, Kasper Nissen. They round out the top 6 positions. Kasper Nissen still hounding Timo Jungling for that 5th place, as the top 3 make their way down towards turn number 10 and sweep through the right-hander. The gap is starting to expand slightly between Goff in second and Radenkovic, who leads the way. Timo Jungling looking to score some solid points. 5th place in the superheat is 51 points. Ashcroft, that will be 63 for him, 69 for Goff, and 75 for Radenkovic, as things stand at the moment, with just under 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Through into turn 6 they go once again. That's just after the top 5, as Lewis Goff again is losing a little bit of time. He's now 4.5 tenths of a second behind Mateo Radenkovic, and Goff was the slowest out of the top 3 through sector 1. And was the slowest through sector 2 by nearly a tenth in comparison with the driver behind him, Jacob Ashcroft, the young man from Western-super-Mare, who is now closing on the 251 and is now going to take full advantage of the slipstream. Goff gives him a little squeeze going to the start-finish straight and holds on to second. And Ashcroft, very much a determined individual, but Goff is not going to let him pass easily. Had a chat with Lewis Goff this morning, and he said, well, not bad for a first time here at Karting. I said, you think? Well, he's a multi-time IKR champion in the United Kingdom, and it's great to have him as part of the paddock here, along with the team here from Sam Pollitt Racing. Great to have them with us here at Karting Genk for this fantastic event. But now look at who's closing in. It's not just Tom Strela, it's also Timo Jungling and Denmark's Kasper Nissen. They round out the top 6. We're about to complete lap number 5 very shortly, and Radenkovic has scarpered away into the distance. Gap was over 7.5 tenths after 4 laps. Now lap 5 gets completed. Radenkovic gets his head down, and the lead now expands to nearly 1.25 seconds. Strela is now there with Ashcroft, so Ashcroft's got to make the ultimate decision. Do I attack or do I defend? And when you have one driver in front of you, well, Ashcroft goes for the move and up the inside of Lewis Goff, who drops to 4th place. That could be nearly 5th, because Timo Jungling's looking towards the inside of the 251 and he gets through. Kasper Nissen also gets through. So from what was 2nd at turn 6 now ends up to be 6th at turn 7. So very much the case that Radenkovic is like a rat up a drain pipe. He's scarpered away. That gap is going to be north of 1.5 seconds, maybe even closer to 2. Right, so lap 6 completed, and it's nearly 2 seconds. The lead between Radenkovic and Jacob Ashcroft. Tom Strela, Timo Jungling, Kasper Nissen, Lewis Goff, Tino Sidler, Lucas Sells, Victor Galmiche, and the Netherlands' Jake Menton round out the top 10. But as I say that, there has been a change for 5th. Kasper Nissen now has overtaken Timo Jungling. And Jungling trying to fire back at him. And he's saying, come on, just stop fighting me. Just work with me. Let's move forward. And Lewis Goff, very much still in the mix for this battle for position, whereas Tom Strela is going after Jacob Ashcroft. Now, considering the fact that last year, Tom Strela was in Mini and was 1 point away from taking the European title. Now he's going up the inside of Ashcroft, who steers just out of harm's way to avoid. Good work there by the 2 from DHR. Now make that 3 karts from DHR in the top 4. Strela in 2nd, Ashcroft in 3rd, Jungling in 4th. Nissen, Goff, Sells, Sidler are not that far away. 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Mateo Radenkovic is free and clear and away. He's checked out, 2.6 seconds up the road. Tom Strehler now stretching the legs on the 238 Lando Norris chassis underneath him. And he's got about a 2 to 3 car length lead over third place driver Jacob Ashcroft. Youngling, Nissan still hold their positions in the top 5. Sam Pollock Racing's Lewis Goff in 6. Lucas Sells now closing in on the Brit, heading down the start finish straight. Will the French driver pull to the right-hand side, through into turns 1 and 2, looks for the move up the inside and gets through. Forces Goff a little bit wide coming out of turn 2, to be honest with you. But it's very nip and tuck as Casper Nissen now decides to fire it up the inside of Youngling, who's got past Ashcroft. Oh, that was very, very close between Youngling, Ashcroft and Nissen. Now that's Youngling up into third, Ashcroft to fourth, Nissen down, back down into 5th place as we head into the final 50 or so seconds of this race. So the gap between Radenkovic and Strehler has now closed down to about 2.6 seconds. Lucas Sells again looks for a move on the inside of Lewis Goff through turn 10, but loses all that momentum and has Tino Sidler right on the rear bumper. 2 more laps to go in this first of 2 Junior Rotax Superheats. Strehler has closed the gap to 2.5 seconds. Lucas Sells has the fastest lap of the race, currently running in 7th position, 55.693 seconds by the 2:55 representing France. But the drivers will make their way down towards the Europlan, and as Mateo Radenkovic now will exit turn 8, the timer hits 0. So we've probably got about the best part of 1,700 metres of this circuit to complete. As Radenkovic now makes his way out of turn number 11 for what will be the penultimate time. Lap 10 out of 11 for the young man from Belgium. Very proud of his Serbian heritage. Looks over his right shoulder, does the old Ben Barnicoat and gets his head down and goes on to the final lap, and he's already through turns 2, now heading into 3. Gap between 1st and 2nd position. Oh, as Lewis Goff has been passed by Lucas Sells. So the young man from the United Kingdom, the 251 from Sam Pollock Racing, drops down to 7th position onto the final lap. Has Tino Sidler not too far behind, the 210, the 2-time Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland champion. And Michael Hitchcock, you get a shout out for that one. The man who has been helping to run things over there in Switzerland. But the final lap is about to come to its inevitable conclusion, and the Junior Rotax Superheat A winner continues his success streak over the course of the weekend. It's Mateo Radenkovic that takes the win. 2nd, Tom Strehler. 3rd, it's Jacob Ashcroft by a whisker ahead of Timo Youngling. Casper Nissen takes 5th, Lucas Sells, Lewis Goff, Tino Sidler, Victor Galmiche, and also Matthias Jellerup round out the top 10. Jake Menton in 11th ahead of Zach Turner, who started from 19th and finished 12th. Julian Kovacevic, Sinja Pez Ornbol, Aaron Vida, Ryan Gandor, Mathis Ometra, Francesek Sulima, Mate Korbahidze from Georgia, and Ethan Carney rounding out the 20-strong grid, all finishing the 11 laps of racing.
Just a quick reminder to all micro and mini drivers, and having so quarter to and 12 today to get your t-shirts from the booth room. So any micro and mini drivers that have done testing, but yet got their t-shirts, and you head to the booth room before quarter to 11 today. Also, we have a Stewards Tour, Sebastian Brown, 131, plus entrance to report to Stewards immediately. 131 Minimax, Sebastian Brown, driver plus entrance to Stewards immediately. Thank you.
So looking back at the first of the two Junior Road Tax Super Heats, well, Mateo Dankovic got exactly the start that he needed, but the battling was behind him as the 201 from Belgium would start to pull away significantly into the distance. Jacob Ashcroft again showing his prowess as a new Junior Road Tax driver, despite having won the BNL and the Euro Trophy this year in Minimax. Lewis Goff definitely was not afraid of having a bit of argy-bargy, but then you saw the likes of Timo Jungling, who would make his move on Casper Nissen early doors. Then the likes of Tino Sidler and Lucas Sells would battle away. And it was a very, very close quarter affair between Lewis Goff and Jacob Ashcroft in the battle for what, at that point, was second place. Tom Strehler, following in the footsteps of Jacob Ashcroft, would get past Lewis Goff through out of turn number 6. And Timo Jungling close on the 251 from Sam Pollock Racing very, very quickly before both he and Casper Nissen would pass the 251 from the United Kingdom in due course. Jungling would also use the Europolan to his great advantage, getting past Casper Nissen on multiple occasions, heading into turn number 7. Tom Strehler would then get past Jacob Ashcroft for second place and then would start to move away into the distance. Lucas Sells and Lewis Goff would also battle away for position, whilst Casper Nissen tried his level best to get on better terms, as in front of Timo Jungling, but the 265 from the UK would get through, and then very shortly so would Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft, despite battling against his teammate, would go around the outside at turn number 12 on Timo Jungling on another great manoeuvre from the young man from Western Supermare. But the clean sweep for Mateo Dankovic continues here for the Golden Trophy for 2023 in Junior Road Tax.
Especially for the back runners, it's like a second chance heat to get the position in the final. So I want fair racing like we did it yesterday. It was good racing from everybody, fair to each other. We do it now in the super heat, okay? The first row stays with me. Okay, you're the poleman, you know what you do. Just like yesterday, always slow around the last corner, get the field together, and then we have a good race, okay? Good luck. Good luck.
Let's take you through the starting grid for Junior Rotax Super Heat B. 19 drivers in competition. And from pole position, it will be Boaz Maximov. Alongside will be the UK's Max Cuthbert, Cameron Nelson and Thomas Ingram Hill. Round out row 2. Noah Janssen and Armand Hamilton, row 3. Adas Majalskis and Martin Lichner, row 4. Row 5, Hannes Überfeld and Jon Kasper Joipera, representing Germany and Estonia, respectively. Theodor Tubal from Estonia and the UK's Zane Quaker, who's getting a little bit of love in the chat on YouTube, starts on 11th and 12th, respectively. Ryan Bourguignon, Carl Christian Tokru, representing France and Estonia, round out row 7. Row 8, Vlad Tomenchuk from the UK and Vitti Veninen from Finland. Rounding out the 19 strong, it's Oliver Stedler from Germany, Mika van der Pavert from the Netherlands, and Jensen Pritchard, who's very, very new to karting in the 235 from the UK, starts from 19th. So the drivers now go on to their official formation lap. Ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. After this, we will have 4 more super heats before we go on to our official lunch. Well, we'll have our lunch break, which will be further extended because, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the Drivers' Parade of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival taking place just after the DD2 Masters Superheat, which starts at 12:50. The Drivers' Parade will start at about 10 past, 1:15 this afternoon. Drivers now making their way out of turn 11 and heading to the 12th and final corner. The red lights ignited on the starting gantry, and at one point, folks, we had over 500 people watching the stream. So come on, share if you're watching on YouTube, share as much as you can. Right then, out of the final corner, they split. The revs rise, the noise increases, the lights are on, the lights are out. We're underway first time here in Super Heat B for juniors. And Max Cuthbert trying to go around the outside. Oh, and there's 3 off. Thomas Ingram Hill, Boaz Maximov and Max Cuthbert are off the circuit, off of turn number 2. And they're all, well, Max Cuthbert straight back onto the circuit. Thomas Ingram Hill and Boaz Maximov trying to push the carts unassisted, but leading the way, it's Cameron Nelson, being followed by Armand Hamilton. Third, it's Noah Janssen. And who is that round the outside of Noah Janssen? That's the 269. That is Martin Lichner. Well, that is a big development. And look at poor old Boaz Maximov, who now knows that Super Heat B is not going any further, and he is out. So Cameron Nelson leads for a brief moment, but through turn 12 on the opening lap, it's Armand Hamilton from Hungary that takes the race lead. Nelson second. And Noah Janssen from Germany rounds out the top 3. Martin Lichner, Adas Majalskis, Hannes Überfeld, Jon Kasper Joipera, and sprinting from 12th on the grid to 8th, it's Manchester's very own Zane Quaker in the 2:44. Then we've got Tubal from Estonia, Tomenchuk from the UK rounding out the top 10. Incredible drama on the opening tour of that race. Boaz Maximov out of it, and that's a real shame for the young man from the Netherlands. But Max Cuthbert and Thomas Ingram Hill are still circulating, but they may find that over the next 7¼ minutes, they might get a second win, might get that added motivational spur to push them forward. And Max Cuthbert is closing in on Jensen Pritchard, I believe. Well, Vitti Väinänen is falling, well, is down the order a little bit. Well, Viti Venonen's up to 14th, Mika van der Pavet up to 15th. Carl Christian Tukru in the 2.25 is being caught by Max Cuthbert. So as I say, expect the unexpected. Further dramas could occur in the next 6.5 minutes or so, plus an additional lap. Looks like Zane Quaker might have just made a move through into turn 7. That could give the young man from Manchester another place up to 7th. That will be a gain of 5 positions. So let's not forget, Quaker started on the outside of row 6 on lights out. And a little bit of a sweep up the inside. That is more than likely going to be Hannes Uberfeld in the 202, which that was. And Zane Quaker has just gone up the inside of Uberfeld. And Majauskis through turn 12. Quaker now is 5th for the minute. Majauskis gets through. Uberfeld tries to get back through, and he does. Then we've got Jorg Kaspar Joipera and Theodor Tulbal not too far behind. Oliver Stedler in the number 206 is up from 17th and now rounds out the top 10. So Armand Hamilton has a brief lead. 0.426 seconds for the man from Hungary by way of Thornlands in Australia. Father's side of the family is Hungarian. Great to catch up with them earlier on this year at Marienborg. And Armand Hamilton's dad, you owe me a beer, I think. You said you'd sort one out. I don't think we ever got round to it. Hopefully tonight that might be the case. But with 5.25 minutes still to go in this Junior Superheat B here at the Golden Trophy for 2023. The top 4 covered by 9/10 as Martin Lischner now ahead of Noah Janssen for 3rd position. Anders Majauskis not holding on to 5th anymore because Hannes Uberfeld from Germany is now in front. Zane Quaker holding on to 7th position at the minute. And Noah Janssen is the fastest lap of the race, 56.096 seconds. The top 4 very much inseparable at this moment. The same can be said for 5th down to maybe 8th, possibly 9th at best. As Lischner starts to defend against Noah Janssen. Armand Hamilton just trying to keep a steady, consistent pace going in front of Cameron Nelson. And that, at this moment, is working. But Cameron Nelson is getting closer by every single turn. Same with Janssen on Lischner for that 3rd place. And Noah Janssen sweeps to the outside to try and get the undercut through turn number 6 onto the Europalan. Great run of speed by Janssen. Is he going to get turn 7? He is, and he gets through on Lischner for 3rd place as Thomas Ingram Hill peels the 228 Dan Holland Racing entry into the pit lane. A real shame for the young man as Janssen and Lischner side by side out of turn number 9. Janssen keeps 3rd going into turn 10. And whilst they're battling away, Cameron Nelson in 2nd and Armand Hamilton in the lead are pulling away considerably. The gap last time was half a second. It's now increased by over 1.7 to 2.2. That's what happens when you get embroiled in a battle. Those in front are going to be pulling away. They're going to work together and they'll want to battle each other on their own. That's quite paramount. So the leaders making their way through turn number 8 as the battle for P3 intensifies once again. Janssen on the Gillard chassis ahead of the number 269 of Martin Lischner. There's still nothing to separate them at this moment, neither between the top 2. Cameron Nelson again trying to put the frighteners on Armand Hamilton for the race lead with 2 minutes and 25 seconds plus 1 additional lap remaining in this last superheat for Junior Rotax. 5th is Hannes Uberfeld. Then it's Anders Majauskis, Theodor Tulbal. Zane Quaker rounds out the top 8 ahead of Estonia's Jorg Kaspar Joipera. And Francis Ryan Bourguignon completes the top 10 in the 2:19. Lischner has got back past in the meantime, through on Noah Janssen for third place as they go through at turn 7 at the Europalan. And the time is fast ticking away. So Boris Maximov out on the opening lap. Thomas Ingram Hill out with technical dramas possibly following on from that incident on lap 1. Retires and puts it in the pit lane on lap 4. 17 junior drivers still running. And looks like, yes, we've had a change for the lead. Cameron Nelson has got through on Armand Hamilton for the race lead on lap number 9 with 1 minute and 10 on the timer plus an additional lap remaining. They head down the Europalan once again, this time on lap 9. Just under 1 minute to go on the timer plus an additional lap. So we could get a total of 11 laps completed of this 1,360 metre 12-turn circuit here at Genk. Cameron Nelson was in the right window and in the right place at the right time when he got past Armand Hamilton. After this, 2 more laps to go. The lead that Cameron Nelson has over Armand Hamilton after lap number 9 is 2.5 tenths of a second. So a 3/10 pendulum swing, but look at the battle for third. Third has really heated up. It's gone up another gear, so to speak, as Noah Janssen is past Martin Lischner. Hannes Überfeld is now clawing his way all over the back of the 269 for 4th place. There's Majauskis, Quaker, Bourguignon now up to 8th ahead of Thunbal. And there is the move of Überfeld on Lischner. Majauskis now trying to hurry up. The 269 goes sideways, gets through on the curbing at turn 7. And he's through for 5th place. So great work there. Bourguignon gets through on Quaker. And Quaker now looking up the inside of the French driver. All sideways from Zane Quaker. And he goes into the right-hand side of Martin Lischner at turn 10. And also the 221 gets compromised in the meantime. And that was Jon Kaspar Joipera. But Noah Janssen still trying to hold on for third. There's the battle for third, main picture in picture. And also is the race lead, because Armand Hamilton has got through again and retaken the race lead. The final lap is very much underway here at the home of champions. Noah Janssen is trying to hold off countryman Hannes Überfeld for third place as the race leaders make their way down into turn number 10 for the final time. And Hamilton is going to hang on by a finger thread. Out of turn number 12 go the 2 race leaders, and your winner of Junior Rotax Superheat B, it's Armand Hamilton by 0.126 seconds ahead of Cameron Nelson. Gratuliere, Glückwunsch, Noah Janssen holding off Hannes Überfeld to take third at the flag. And as Majauskis, Ryan Bourguignon, then we had Theodor Thunbal taking 7th ahead of Mika van der Pavert. Oh, and I've just seen Noah Janssen gets a 5-second time penalty for push to pass. So Überfeld will take third. Max Cuthbert, I have to say, great job recovering to 9th behind Mika van der Pavert. Oliver Stedler takes 10th. Martin Lischner, Carl Christian Tukru, Zane Quaker, Jon Kaspar Joipera, Jensen Pritchard, Viti Väinänen, Vlad Tomenchuk round out the 17 strong. Of course, there will be an amendment through the 5-second time penalty for Noah Janssen, who gets dumped down to 11th. Thomas Ingram Hill out on lap 4 with Boris Maximov out on the opening lap. Now we get underway with our first of two senior Rotax Superheats. Here's your starting grid. On pole position, the man that put in a clean sweep yesterday, Kai Gillett, starts on pole position. Alongside him will be Ethan Jeff Hall. Behind them on row 2 will be Jaden Teen and Dion van Verven. Kai Hunter and Martin van Leeuwen round out row 3. Jort van Wijk and Vic Stevens, row 4, completing the top 10. Lawrence Herboz and Fredrik Zevis Christensen. Leon Zelenko and Zan Bergstein line up on row 6. Row 7, Andrei Petrovic and Paul Christian Hamburg. Then we've got Emily de Hoys, Scott Westhovens, Krik Knorren, Lotus Tveen, Henry Beaumont and Jake Bezelbeck, who round out the top 20. Completing the 31-strong grid are as follows: Martin Wallström, Christoph Salla, William Christensen, Fredrik Demant, Puck Gubbles, William Martiskin, Alexandru Volter, Runit Borika, Ivan Lapatsin, Matej Richter and Dante Sima. And Alfred Lang is saying Anton Morsing is the greatest guy on earth. So big thank you to over 515 people watching live on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. Thank you so much for everyone watching all the super heats so far. And this is one of 4 we still have yet to let play out right here. So now I have seen a particular board showing up. So the big question is, could there be a little bit of weather starting to put its mark on this circuit? This could be rather interesting, but of course that will be reflected in the pace of the senior Rotax drivers that will be competing over the next 12 minutes, plus an additional lap. The unpredictability factor of this weekend is something that I relish as a commentator, because you never know what's going to happen. You let it play out. It's just meant to be. But it's an all-strawberry racing front row with Willets and Jeff Hall. So, 12 minutes on the timer. The drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are on. Lights are out, we're underway first time. Good start by the front row. Oh, we got one already, exit off stage left. And that is one from RS Competition. That is the 322 of Fredrik Zevis Christensen, who manages to avoid shortcutting onto turn 6. Oh, we've got another one off at turn number 4. That was the 345 of Martin Wallström from Finland. As the drivers now make their way down into turn number 7. Jaden Teen manages to make it through for second. Off of turn 7, through on Jaden Teen. But already, look at the gap that Kai Gillett has got in front of everybody else. That is going to be at least 6/10. Dive up the inside on the 398 of Lawrence Herboz by Sam Bergstein. This is where the real drama starts to unfold in senior Rotax. There is darker cloud cover overhead as Dion van Verven is trying to do his level best to keep in front. He's trying to get through on Ethan Jeff Hall, but also behind him, he's got Kai Hunter, Martin van Leeuwen. So a slew of drivers behind him, including the 369 of Vic Stevens, and also the 333 of Jort van Wijk is in the mix. 10.5 minutes still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. Fredrik Zevis Christensen is the first casualty, unfortunately, after turn 2 on the opening lap of this race. Rilitz's lead after the opening lap, it was a bit like Sebastian Vettel in his Red Bull days. 1.2 seconds. Great move by Kai Hunter up the inside of Dion van Verven. They clash a little bit. That's going to open the door for Van Leeuwen and also Jort van Wijk. Van Leeuwen to the outside going into turns 1 and 2. Van Wijk keeps it pinned to the inside. There's a little bit of a bump between the drivers, but Hunter keeps himself ahead at the moment in 4th place. Oh, wheel clashes between Jort van Wijk and again with Vic Stevens coming out of turn 4, heading into turn number 5. And Dion van Verven has Martin van Leeuwen going round the outside of him into turn 7. Great move there by the 3-1-0 from the Netherlands, based out of Zolder. And again, they're not giving in. No one's giving an inch. No one's taking a mile, coming out of turn 8 and into turn 9. Vic Stevens fires it up the inside of Jort van Wijk, who's now got Lawrence Herboz and Krik Knoren right behind. Along with them, I think there's also a CRG. That's Leon Zelenko. Hold the phone, folks. Here we go. The roller coaster ride starts now. And Zelenko easily up the inside of Krik Knoren, who tries for the crisscross through turn 3. Can't get past the Croatian. So good move there by Leon Zelenko. So quite a few drivers making moves up the order. Emily de Hoys, the 373. She's now up to 13th position. That was Lars van Vark I've just spotted right by the outside of turn 7. Just off of where the ambulance is situated. Big thank you to the medical team for their assistance this weekend as well. And again, another great drone shot, just showcasing the bird's eye view from up above. As Jort van Wijk trying to close in on Lawrence Herboz, but Kai Rielitz's lead is now 1.9 seconds and climbing. Kai Hunter's pumped in the fastest lap of the race, 54.486. So the man from Sunderland, this year's British and BNL champion in senior Rotax, trying to make his way up the order. And he's trying to get through on Ethan Jeff Hall. Now that's for 3rd place. These clouds are looking ever darker still. I'm getting a bit worried, to be honest with you. The wind is picking up, but Ethan Jeff Hall just holding on to that 3rd place. So the wind is picking up, the cloud cover is coming in, but that's actually Jaden Teen trying to get through. Kai Hunter's actually closing in on Jaden Teen. Now this is going to be the battle for what will be 2nd place. So Rielitz now has a lead of 2.114 seconds at this juncture. I did just see a little bit of a lunge. That was from Leon Zelenko heading into turn number 6. And he's currently rounding out the top 10. Might have looked for a move up the inside of Lawrence Herboz. Through onto the Europalan, as still the battle for 2nd place wages on. Kai Rielitz is on course for a maximum point score of 225 after 150 points scored in the heats yesterday. It's 75 for a super heat win, 69 for 2nd, 63 for 3rd. 4th is 57, and then 10th place is 36 points. So it's 6 minutes and 21 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Moves up and down the order. Well, Andrei Petrovic has got past Emily de Hoys for 15th. Leon Zelenko ahead of Lawrence Herboz for what is now 9th. Matteo Richter, who started 30th, now up to 18th. And we've just had another switch again because that was a bit careless or a bit clumsy thereof. Jaden Teen trying to get through on Ethan Jeff Hall. So they switch positions. And now there's a bit of a teamwork happening. Dan Holland not giving team orders. It's Jaden Teen directing traffic behind him, as in the 395 of Kai Hunter. He's like saying, right, let's get past him. Let's get past him. And now Ethan Jeff Hall says, well, no, you're not going to. Probably because he looked over his right shoulder and saw exactly what Jaden Teen was pointing at, as in getting past him. Don't telegraph it, Jaden, please. Keep Ethan Jeff Hall guessing. Goes round, gets the crisscross. Is he going to get through past him on the right-hand side? Is there going to be a little bit of a squeeze? Hunter in 3rd now, and Teen back up to 2nd as Ethan Jeff Hall drops down to 4th place with Martin van Leeuwen and Dion van Verven right behind. So other positional changes. Rooney de Broeke up to 21st. Henry Beaumont 22nd. Mateo Richter, 17th from 30th. Lotus Tween, 18th. William Christensen, 19th. And Kai Hilitz's lead with just over 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, expands to 3.3 seconds. So now, Teen, nice move there by Dion van Verven. Up the inside of Martin van Leeuwen to now take 5th. I had a chat with Dion Stad Wilfred earlier last night. I said I've been really, really impressed, and he says, Dion's really enjoying running on the Sodi kart. Like he said, I can't believe some of the moves he's doing this weekend and last weekend. So we still have 30 out of 31 drivers circulating, with coming up to just under about 3 3/4 minutes left to go. The battle for second is still going to wage on. Kai Hunter has the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.391. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Oh, there's a move up the inside through at turn 6 by Ethan Jeff Hall on Kai Hunter. That's a change for third. Hunter now returns the favour through turn 7 and retakes that place. Van Verven is closing hand over fist on towards the back bumper of Ethan Jeff Hall for that 4th place. And Kai Hulitz has just set a personal best previous lap, 54.515. The Belgian in the 374 is just on a 54.6, so he's able to manage this comfortable gap that he's got over those battling away for second position. So Jaden Teen, Kai Hunter, Ethan Jeff Hall, Dion van Verven, Martin van Leeuwen and Vic Stevens ran at the top 7. Jort van Wijk, Lawrence Herboz and Leon Zelenko all dive up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall. That's another position lost by the young man from Lancaster, last year's European Junior Rotax champion and this year's Senior Rotax International Trophy champion. Actually, the youngest ever recorded Senior International Trophy champion at Le Mans later part of July this year. But now he's got Martin van Leeuwen behind him in what will be the battle for 5th place. 2 minutes to go, and well, if you're not talking that much about the leader, he's doing a pretty damn good job at the front end of the field. So he's about to head into turns 1 and 2 as second and third cross the line. 3.4 seconds is the advantage that Kai Rilitz has over Jaden Thien, and also nearly 3.6 seconds over Kai Hunter in 3rd place. Christoph Sala in the 381, who started 22nd, again is showcasing his overtaking prowess as Van Verven and Jeff Hall again go to battle. Van Leeuwen and Stevens are there. So one person making a slight slip up is going to allow the others to profit, especially if you are at the front of the train and you make a mistake. Those 3 behind you will be quicker than you can say the word jump or even at the snap of a finger. Snap of a set of fingers. So 1 minute and 10 still to go. Second and third still very much line astern. It's just to ensure maximum points haul in this superheat, as Rilitz will be on provisional pole position for the final at 3:45 p.m. this afternoon. But the timer is fast counting down. 45 seconds on the timer remains here in the Senior Superheat A. As Ethan Jeff Hall trying to get through on Dion van Verven again at turn 6. And the 377 is not letting the 397 from Strawberry Racing get past. Vic Stevens and Jort van Wijk have both gotten through on Martin van Leeuwen, who's relishing, when I spoke to him at the final round of the Rotax Belgian Max Challenge here last week, he said, well, it was a last-minute entry, but you know what, I like a bit of a challenge. And also, he does, some of the drivers actually nowadays, along with racing, do a lot of driver coaching. So Kai Rilitz last weekend was coaching Ryan Rivers at the Belgian Max Challenge Festival. Timer hit 0, 2 laps to go. We're on lap 14 out of 15. And still, the scramble for what is 4th place is continuing unabated. 5 drivers in close quarter battle over this place, and it's being led by Dion van Verven, who looks left, looks right, switches to the inside. Oh, Ethan Jeff Hall got a little bit twitchy, heading behind Van Verven and into the braking zone into turn 7. Back end stepped out big time for the young Brit. That was actually coming out of turn 6. Van Verven switched to the right-hand side. Jeff Hall followed him, but last lap is now underway. Kai Rilets is now on course for a maximum points haul of 225 so far this weekend, but the next race is the one that counts, because it's winner take all. That's for all the respective events here this weekend for the Grand Festival and the Golden Trophy. The Van Verven train still very much in prominence down the Europalaan. So it's getting a bit close for comfort. Lawrence Herbo is trying to get through on Martin van Leeuwen. Oh, well, Vic Stevens tried a Hail Mary round the outside of Ethan Jeff Hall. Didn't quite work. And then he backed himself into the front bumper of Jort van Wijk in the process. But it's 4 in a row. Kai Rilets does it again. He takes the win. Second, it's going to go to Jaden Teen. And Kai Hunter pulls alongside. 44,000 separating them. Dion van Verven takes 4th, ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. 6th, Vic Stevens. Then Jort van Wijk, Martin van Leeuwen, Lawrence Herboz, and Croatia's Leon Zelenko round out the top 10 places. Paul Christian Hamburg, Christoph Sala, Krik Knoren, Sam Bergstein, Andrei Petrovic, Matteo Richter, William Christensen, Emily De Hoys, Lotus Tveen, and Henry Beaumont complete the top 20. Rounding out the 30 finishers who completed all 15 laps of racing: Alexandru Volta from Romania, Martin Wallstrom, Ivan Lapatsin, Dante Sima, Jake Bezelbeck, Willy Martiskin, then Scott Westhovens, Frederick Demant, Puck Gubbles, and Rune de Broeke round out the 30-strong finishers, with unfortunately Frederick Zevis Christensen out on the opening lap at turn 1. Well, we have a little bit of a development in the dummy grid because Mitch Haynert, due to start 5th, has got the kart on 2 wheels and looks to be the chain side of the kart, the 363. If he's going to get that thing started, he's going to have to start from the repair area. But here is your starting grid for Superheat B for Senior Rotax. Lewis Gilbert starts on pole position, ahead of Thomas Strauver, with Austin Lee, Mario Sidler, Mitch Haynert will start from the dummy grid, so there'll be an open spot by Sverre Ubben. Montego Marsen, William Haugstrand round out row number 4. Boluet and Ilvali Tuimileto round out row 5, completing the top 10. Then we've got Rashid Ghanem, Miska Kaskinen, Zach Heslop, George Kafantaris, Martin Gaiskens, Archie Buttle, Brandon Klein-Nugelvort, Nicholas Ellis, Anton Morsing, Ralph Winkel, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Giorgio Markenstein, Martin Ernesto Varga, Sebastian Koch, Louis Günther, Jimmy Kokalainen, Tobias Billy Clausen, Ivar Anagnostiidis, Sebastian Adari, and Mihailo Zoric rounding out the grid. So once again, we have 12 minutes plus an additional lap in this race. And good to see that Uncle David Anderson, uncle and auntie of Lewis Gilbert. G'day. Good to see that you're watching from Melbourne in Australia. Glad to have you with us. Good to see that Lewis also picked up a victory in his last heat yesterday. But after this, we'll have 2 more races to go in the Super Heats. And then we have the Grand Festival Drivers Parade of 84 drivers from 19 different nations here this weekend. So it's past the point of no return. The drivers start to close up and concertina ahead of their superheat. The drivers make the way out of the 12th and final corner. The revs rise, the noise increases, the red lights are on, the red lights are out first time. Good start by the inside rows. We've already got one spinning off. Mitch Haynert is released from the dummy grid. And someone that was possibly Mihailo Zoric, who is now rejoining in the 370, went exit stage left big time. But Gilbert leads the way ahead of Austin Lee as the field makes its way through into turn number 6 and down the Europalan for the first time of asking. Montego Marsen and Boluet round out the top 4. Now into turn number 9 they go. Thomas Strauber looks to be down into, I think, 6th place. Rashid Ghanem, no, Strauben's down to 7th. So who is the mysterious individual in the middle? Well, we're going to find out now. Gilbert leads after lap 1. Austin Lee in 2nd. 3rd is Montego Marsen, Boluet, Rashid Ghanem, and Zach Heslop now up into P6. And Louet trying to feverishly get past Montego Marsen for P3. Thomas Strauven, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Martin Gaiskens, and Mario Sidler round out the top 10. So Mitch Haynert has got a big old mountain to climb, but he's about 2.3 seconds behind Mihailo Zoric. And then there's a further 11 seconds in advance of that is Estonia's Sebastian Adari. So the leaders make their way through into turn 12. Gilbert is going to continue to lead the way. The Pride of Scotland will take them across the line to complete lap number 2 in the 3:29. Austin Lee 2nd, Montego Marsen, Boluet rounding out the top 4 still. Zach Heslop now past Rashid Ghanem from the United Arab Emirates for P5. William Helgstrand past countryman Anton Morsing. That was the battle for 12th position. Tobias Billy Clausen past Ilvari Tuimileto. As there goes Montego Marsen past Austin Lee through at turn number 6. Zach Heslop with a head full of speed, closing in on Boluet for that 4th place. And Mitch Haynert, well, doesn't seem to be going any better for the 363 for TB Kart Netherlands. Showed great pace yesterday, and the superheat has been, unfortunately for the Dutch driver, a bit more than just a washout, so to speak. And, well, I've just spotted outside of the commentary box window, there is some rain starting to appear at this circuit. Rashid Ghanem still battling away. Well, he's now ahead of Bolowet. Zach Heslop's dropped to 6. Montego Masson now trying to get through on Lewis Gilbert for first position. So they're going down the Europlan. I think a lot of drivers might have decided to go on wet weather tyres, which might have been a very good call, because that rain is now starting to intensify ever so slightly, and could continue to do so as Montego Masson tries to put it round the inside of Lewis Gilbert heading into turn 9, but the Pride of Scotland says no, you don't. Austin Lee defends neatly ahead of Rashid Ghanem, who's gunning for P3 in this race. Zach Heslop completes the top 5, and Bolowet has dropped a little bit further down, unfortunately, because now Louette is now behind Anton Morsing. Now, Anton Morsing started 19th. He's now up 7 positions to P12. More squabbles going through turn number 2 as Lewis Gilbert still trying to fend off the advances of Montego Masson, as Zach Heslop finds himself behind Austin Lee. Rashid Ghanem is now 3rd and looks for the move. Oh, that's a great move by the 325. Running with KR Sport, he gets through nice and neatly on Montego Masson as that rain is continuing to fall. So drivers now having to be very, very careful. If they've gone on slicks, this might have been possibly the worst time to do it. However, if they keep enough temperature in those tyres, slippery surface flags now shown on the start-finish straight. The Digi flag is now showcasing it is slippery surface conditions. If you are on wet tyres, that is going to be music to your ears, as all the 302 of Tobias Billy Clausen is off on the start-finish straight. Might be one of the drivers that could have opted to go for slick tyres. Montego Masson gets through on Rashid Ghanem. So the big question is, what was the gamble? Was it slicks or was it wets? That rain is still coming down. Its intensity has stagnated to what we have now. As it's going to be like skating on an ice rink with no traction underneath you, as Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort is now ahead of Austin Lee, but Nagelvoort drifts a little bit wide into turn 12, closes in on the 385 of Miska Kaskinen, who's got William Helgstrand right in front. So unconventional racing lines being used around the circuit. Rashid Ghanem still trying to close on in on Montego Masson for that 2nd position, but Lewis Gilbert is starting to eke out a little bit of an advantage in the race lead. So Mario Sidler nearly has a moment coming out of turn number 6. He went a little bit deep into the corner. Oh no, and that is that William Helgstrand? It is dropping, and he's on slick tyres. There's quite a few I've just seen go through into shot that they are on slicks. Oh, well, that just goes to show that some people might have decided to go on wets, and as the race progressed, if the rain started to fall, they would be better equipped to deal with the situation. I think Austin Lee looks to be on slicks. Rashid Ghanem now up into P2 ahead of Montego Masson and got a great launch of traction. So is Rashid Ghanem possibly on wets? That's the thing. You just don't know who is going to be where. Anton Morsing now up into 9th and could be climbing further up the order. Morsing starting in 19th position, making up 10 places. The gap between first and second position still at around about 6 and a bit tenths of a second. Boluet has tumbled all the way down to 27th. Oh, that says to me possibly the young man from Belgium might have decided with his mechanic to go for slicks. But Lewis Gilbert will know all about slick tyres in wet weather conditions. He runs a bit deep. Rashid Ghanem takes the race lead, going on to lap number 9. And they are battling tooth and nail for the race lead. Lewis Gilbert tries to go up the inside through at turn 3. Reed takes the lead off of Rashid Ghanem. Great exchange between the pair. Ghanem went a little bit deeper into the corner, used the outside momentum carry. You can see that Lewis Gilbert is trying to do the old dog leg trick, which is one wheel up into the air to rotate the kart with only 3 contact patches as opposed to 4. And closing in on them, that is Miska Kaskinen. Well, Miska Kaskinen, now where did he start? Outside of row 6. So Miska Kaskinen from 12th on the grid now is 3rd, closing in on a certain Lewis Gilbert. Montego Masson, don't count him out of this either. And also Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in 5th. How's about that for an apple cart upset? As Kaskinen gets through, so does Masson, or does he not? No, he doesn't, because Gilbert bundled his way over the curbs through at turn 3. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, let's see who's got the fastest lap of the race. Well, it was William Helgstrand until he spun it coming out of turn number 7. And where is Helgstrand? 18th at the minute. Anton Morsing now has dropped down a couple of places, down to 9th. But we still have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. And Miska Kaskinen gets through. That's the race lead for the Flying Finn. 385, who nearly goes rally crossing. Nearly takes the Joker lap out of turn 11. Rashid Ghanem runs wide. Gilbert back through for 2nd. Montego Masson back through for 3rd. And now the German looks for the inside move on the Scotsman, through into turns 1 and 2, and he gets up into 2nd position. And Mitch Haynert might very shortly be seeing a blue flag, possibly. So the leaders now closing in on the driver that is pretty much at the back end of the field. So Mihailo Zoric not having a great time in the 3.70, but Miska Kaskinen steers it into turn 7. So there is some spittles of rain still happening at the circuit here at Karting Genk, but now Miska Kaskinen is leading the way. Mihailo Zoric, oh, that's a bit, he needs to be a little bit further out, away from the racing line, does the youngster. And Mitch Haynert has pulled it into the pits. Miska Kaskinen leads by 9/10 of a second ahead of Montego Masson. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort with a possibly good strategic choice. As, oh, we've had another one spin. Now, who was that? That was a GKS Karts. Please do not tell me that was Sverre Ubben in the 344, who at that point was running 10th. Yes, it was. Oh, dearie me, the hits, they keep on coming. The timer has expired. Lewis Gilbert is closing in on Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. The rain is starting to come down again. It's starting to come down a little bit harder as they both battle for traction coming out of turn number 12. They're both on slicks. Final lap is underway. Miska Kaskinen, 1.5 seconds up the road. and is leading the Superheat B for senior Rotax. So who would have thought that? Miska Kaskinen starting 12th on the grid. The rain plays its part in this race. So Montego Masson in second. And still, well, Rashid Ghanem is closing in. Oh, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort's all over the shop. Left rear wheel up in the air. And Rashid Ghanem gets through at turn 9, but they're side by side into the right-hander, which Nagelvort has the line for. But Rashid Ghanem gets through, but it is going to be a win in Superheat B in senior road tax from 12th on the grid. Well done to Miska Kaskinen from Finland. Second, Germany's Montego Masson. Third, Lewis Gilbert from the UK via way of Scotland. Rashid Ghanem, this sole driver from the United Arab Emirates, comes through into fourth. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Now, where did he start on the grid? 17th and finished 5th. Austin Lee 6th. Mario Sidler 7th, ahead of Nicholas Ellis, Ivari Toimileto and Thomas Strauven rounding out the top 10. Anton Morsing, Archie Buttle, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Ralph Winkel, William Helgstrand, George Cafantares, Boluet, Sebastian Koch, Louis Günther, Martin Ernesto Varga, Ivor Anagnostiidis from Australia, Zach Heslop, Martin Gaiskin, Sebastian Adari, Jimmy Kokalainen, Tobias Billy Clausen, Giorgio Merkenstein, Sverre Ubben, just waiting for Mihailo Zoric possibly to cross the line very shortly. And then Mitch Haynert, unfortunately, out on lap 9. So let's see if we can have a look. Okay. Kaskinen, slicks. Marson, slicks. Gilbert, slicks. Ghanem, slicks as well. A lot of them chanced it on slick tyres. Well, bravery knows no bounds. Nagelvort on slicks. It was nip and tuck on making that call. Slicks for Sidler. Don't tell me the entire field was on slicks. I know that Mitch Haynett wasn't. He was on wets, and probably that paid to his race being over. Well, there you go. One to upset the apple cart here for senior Rotax, with Miska Kaskinen winning the race. Right, Arjen Block, very, very good afternoon, sir. Glad to see that you're watching as well. One of over 565 people that are watching at the moment, live and direct on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. So we have 2 more super heats to go. Of course, we did have a little bit of a delay earlier on with some maintenance on the gantry just before we got underway. Of course, one of the other moments was Rashid Ghanem actually mounting the back bumper of Lewis Gilbert going into turn 6. Oh, and Boluet, well, didn't do himself any favours. He actually went off. I think he might have straight-lined turn 2. William Helgstrand decided to spin it coming out of 7, and everyone had to avoid and use the curbing to get out of the way. We now turn our attention to our penultimate superheat of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. It's DD2. 28 drivers. Let's take you through the starting grid. Nikita Genza and Maxime Dirix will line up on the front row with Genza on pole position. Keep your eyes on the man on the inside of row 2, Baz Lammers. He'll be joined by Victor Frostbay from Denmark on row 2. Jules Cousin from France and Patrick Snols-Lochmelis from Latvia will be on row 3. Ville Viliainen and David Maslakovic, row 4. Maxime Shirko and Fabian Bock complete the top 10, with Tim Miekemetz and Florian Breitenbach on row 6. Row 7, Ben Dor and Christopher Zaxa. Thomas Birstins and Brian Anker round out row 8. Row 9, Enzo Boll and Karl Borgard, with Manuel Tenschert and Lukas Lippert rounding out the top 20. Completing the 28-strong grid will be Yuri Klebo, Tino Egeskov, Tristan Rennie, Mats Overhoff, Nicolas Guillaume, Lucas Dolizal, Jan Eckstein and Adrian Yunestad Kurko. So 12 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. And then we will have one more superheat before we get going to the lunch break and also the official drivers parade for the Grand Festival here at Karting Genk, with 84 drivers representing 19 different nations here this weekend. So, the rain has actually faded away into obscurity because the sun's come out again. Well, talk about mixed bag of weather conditions. That just goes to show how this might happen. But I am going to have a quick bird's eye peek. Okay, front row on slicks. Second row, slicks. Third row, fourth row, fifth row. Looks like everyone's probably going to go with slicks on this one because the rain wasn't significant enough, and Elia Papacena on cue drops into chat. I know exactly who you're supporting because he supported you this season, so it's good to put the boot on the other foot there, Elia Papacena. Right, the drivers head into the tram lines. Revs rise, noise increases, red lights are on, red lights are out, we're underway. Good start by Nikita Genza on the front row. Baz Lammers straight in his wheel tracks, heading into turns 1 and 2. Maxime Dirix trying to hold on to third place as Lochmelis fires it up the inside of Jules Cousin. Possibly the fact that Victor Frostbay's got through on the French driver as well. And Lammers is leading, I think. Yes, he is. Lammers is leading the way, and he's trying to stride away early doors from Maxime Dirix. Lochmelis third, and it's Genza fourth, now third. A little bit of a mistake made by Patrick Snols-Lochmelis coming out of turn number 7. Now he's going to fire it up the inside through turn 10. Is Victor Frostbay going to go round the outside? Yes, he is. Great move there by the Dane. Through on the German. David Maslakovic has got Jules Cousin right behind him. Fabian Bock has got Ben Dor right up his right on the inside, along with the 404 of Ville Viliainen from Finland. And Lammers is now second. Dirix has overtaken him on the start-finish straight. The gap was over 1 3/4 tenths of a second after the opening lap, and Dirix said to Baz Lammers, "You've got a fight on your hands." Brilliant stuff. But Lammers is not one to give up. Maslakovic dive bombs up the inside through turn 7. Oh, that's compromised Ben Dor, who's now had Ville Viliainen up the inside and through. And Viliainen has got Ben Dor to his outside through turn number 9. They've got Fabian Bock, Maxime Shirko amongst others not too far behind, along with Thomas Birstins, who's rocketed up the order. Lammers now goes for the textbook switchback out to turn number 12. He's in the slipstream behind Maxime Dirix. He looks to the inside. Dirix sees him, gives him enough racing room. And Lammers goes through and says to Dirix, "Right, let's pull away, shall we?" Dirix might have other ideas though, folks. That's the big question that needs to be answered over the next 9 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap. But keep your eyes on the man that might put the spanner in the works, Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis, who is nearly 8 tenths behind Dirix on the completion of the second lap of this race. So our leaders make their way through out of turn number 11 and into turn 12. Lammers leads the way. Dirix in second, Lochmelis in third. Looks to get the slipstream from the 405 representing Belgium. Jules Cousin in fourth, battling away with Victor Frostbay. Dirix swipes up the inside of Lammers to retake the lead, and Lochmelis gets through at turn 3 to demote the Dutchman down to third place. Nikita Genza started on pole, now finds himself in 9th place. Tomasz Birstin started 15th, now 10th and climbing. And Gregorio Bertocco and Elia Papacena stop mentioning chicken sprockets in chat. Right, change for the race lead. Lochmelis gets through on Dirix at turn number 9. And keep your eyes on those following the top 3. Jules Cousin now ahead of Victor Frostbay for 4th. Lammers again sweeps to the outside at turn number 12 to get the ultimate momentum carry through the final corner. And now Dirix is pointing forward, saying to Lammers, right, let's get him. Frostbay up the inside of Cousin through turn 2. Now retakes 4th position. Sometimes when you signal and gesture to somebody else, what will happen is that someone will either take your advice or not pay any attention to it at all. And now it's the scramble. Top 5 scramble for the race lead. Dirix leads them into turn number 7 as Jules Cousin gets round the outside. Nearly makes a complete hash of it. Trying to get past Baz Lammers and manages to fumble his way into 3rd place. This is an important race in terms of points and determining where you will be on the grid for the final later on. But the final, it will be all-out war. It is winner take all. No points will save you from whoever takes that race win at the end of the final. As 3 wide, oh, that was a late lunge there from Victor Frostbay, barging into Lammers, who then clattered into, as a direct result, Jules Cousin. A very late lunge from Victor Frostbay. That was a sign of desperation rather than a sign of urgency, or it could have been a little bit of both. Lochmelis, oh, that was a late lunge there from the Latvian, through on Dirix into turn number 7, and now Dirix has dropped 3 other places. Well, that's 3 places in total. Dirix coming out of turn 8 was originally in the lead going into turn 7. Lochmelis dive-bombed up the inside of him. Dirix got caught out, and then Frostbay and Lammers went, thank you very much, we'll go through as well. And now everyone is starting to catch them. Bendor ahead of teammate Nikita Genza, and that is Maxim Shurko up the inside of, I think, Nikita Genza. Folks, this train is going to get very, very well packed very shortly. Oh, now that was a bit unfortunate from Jules Cousin, bumping into the rear of Maxim Dirix, as there's Vili Viliainen trying to get through on David Maslakovic through out of turn number 7. But still with 5 3/4 minutes left to go, it is Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis that leads. Victor Frostbay 2nd, Baz Lammers 3rd, 4th Maxim Dirix, 5th is Jules Cousin, David Maslakovic, Vili Viliainen, then Ben Dorr, followed by Nikita Genza, Maxim Shurko, Tomasz Birsins, Tim Mika-Metz, former Rotax Max Challenge Germany champion, has made some moves up the order. The 464, he started 11th, he's 12th at the minute, so he dropped down initially, but Victor Frostbay now has the race lead ahead of Lochmelis. Lammers in 3rd. Florian Breitenbach running with Kraft Motorsport these days. now up to 13th, as Lukas Lippert drops all the way down to 28th and stone dead last. But even with 4 3/4 minutes still left to go on the timer, expect the unexpected here in DD2. Some drivers will start to do a little bit of conservation to really maximise their strategy and also performance. Fastest lap of the race on lap 7, Victor Frostbay, and there is Lukas Lippert, and throwing the gloves into the chassis, and that is the 424's race done and dusted. Nassau panel looking a bit askew to the left-hand side. So there might have been a drama involving the 424. But Victor Frostbay and Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis, oh, bit of a late dive there, up the inside. That was on, I think, Tim Mika-Metz by Carl Borgard. They've been battling away over 13th position for the last couple of laps. So 3 minutes and 40 seconds, plus 1 additional lap remains in the DD2 Superheat here at the Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. Previous winners include a certain Martin van Leeuwen in 2021, who at that point went on to win the Grand Finals that year in Bahrain. So Victor Frostbay has a slender lead over Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis. Bas Lammer is still holding station in third ahead of Maxim Dirix. David Maslakovic, Jules Cousin, Ben Dorr, Nikita Genza, Vili Viliainen and Maxim Shurko. Shurko now drops down to 10th. Adrian Unistad Kurko gets past Tristan Rennie for 24th. Jan Eckstein past Max Overhoff for 22nd. Still 3/10 between the top two. Maxim Dirix trying to close in on Bas Lammers for third place. And now looks for the move up the inside at turn 3. Dirix gets through. Does that open the door for Maslakovic? Yes, it does. But is Lammers going to hang on? Well, he's going to think better of it. And tries to get the crisscross here through at turn number 6. Seems to be a good spot for Bas Lammers to use all of his experience over the years, racing in multiple gearbox categories, including KZ and also DD2 over the past few seasons as well, whilst running as a works Sodi kart driver. Of course, one of his countrymen is here in a driver coaching capacity. Senna van Valstin, need to catch up tonight, my good friend. Just under 2 minutes to go, and Victor Frostbay trying to extend the lead. It was nearly 3/10 of a second. It's now over 3/10 of a second after lap number 11. We have a 1 3/4 minutes still to go in this DD2 Superheat. And fastest lap of the race so far goes to the driver in 8th position. Vili Viliainen, a 54.405. Trying to close in on Ben Dorr, but the gap between them is about 7.5 of a second at this moment in time. But we are coming towards the final 60 seconds of the DD2 Superheat. Victor Frostbay still leads the way ahead of Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis from Latvia. Third, it is Maxim Dirix. David Maslakovic and Bas Lammers round out the top 5. Jules Cousin, Ben Dorr, Vili Viliainen, Maxim Shurko and Nikita Genza complete the top 10. Dino Egiskov gets past Fabian Bock. That is for position number 18 on the field. And, well, we have a little bit of a freight train. And that is being led by... Oh, it's the Beerstis train. So you've got Breitenbach, Tenscher, Mika-Metz, and all and sundry behind him. Meanwhile, David Maslakovic trying to get through on Maxim Dirix as they head into turn 10 for what will be more than likely the penultimate time. We're on lap 13. Timer, when is that going to hit 0? As Victor Frostbay out of the final corner. 3, 2, 1, on the button. On the button that was. Like literally 0.035 or something like that stupid in terms of how close Victor Frostbay has now made this a 15-lap superheat. Could have been 14 if Victor Frostbay had slowed ever so slightly coming out of the final corner. But still, well, Maxim Didic still holding on to that third place at this moment in time. Gregorio Bertocco, Lorenzo Giaquinto, and also Elia Papasena cheering on Baz Lammers, who is still holding on to fifth place. One more lap to go after this one. And Victor Frostbay, who started on the outside of row number 2, is leading the last lap. Lap 15, out of 15, underway. Carl Borgard has the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.289 by the Dane in the 437. However, he's all the way down in 11th position, just fractionally outside of the top 10, behind Nikita Genza. 9/10 separate them at the moment. And Victor Frostbay's lead has expanded over Patrick Snowles Lochmelis to 1.1 seconds. There is the 464. I think that was the 464, possibly of Tim Mika Metz. That's the 409 of Ben Dorr. He's got Vili Villainen and Maxim Shodko closing in. That is the battle for 7th, but out of the final corner, from 4th at the start to win the superheat, it's Victor Frostbay that takes victory here at Karting Genk, ahead of Patrick Snowles Lochmelis, Maxim Didic. Baz Lammers takes 4th at the flag, as Jules Cousin takes 5th. David Maslakovic unfortunately drops from 4th to 6th on the last lap, ahead of Ben Dorr, Vili Villainen, Maxim Shodko, Nikita Genza, Carl Borgard, Florian Breitenbach, Manuel Tencher, Enzo Boll, Tim Mika Metz, Yori Klebo, Nicolas Guillaume, Brian Anker, Thomas Birsins, Jan Eckstein, Mats Overhoff, Fabian Bock, Tino Egeskov, Tristan Rennie, Adrian Yunistad-Kurku, Christopher Zaxa, and Lukas Dolizal from the Czech Republic, who round out the 27 that finished all 15 laps of racing. And unfortunately, due to an incident, Lucas Lippert was out on lap 6. So we are now getting underway with our official formation lap for our last superheat of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. It's DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. On pole position from Denmark, it's going to be Jannik Nielsen in the 507 that starts from pole position. Joining him on the front row is countryman Nikolai Christensen in the 508. It's Germany and Cyprus, row 2, the 510 of Bastian Kapov and the 503 of Igor Mukin. Row 3, it's Luca Filipponi from Belgium in the 582 on the inside of row 3, joined by Switzerland's Dimo Nota Francesco in the 590. It's France and Belgium on row 4 with Jonathan Wimont from France in the 560 and Wim Rouleau in the 554. Lennart Schreiber from Germany in the 524 starts 9th, ahead of S.H. Moon from South Korea, and Kamil Kubera in the 599 representing the Czech Republic brings up the rear of the field. Revs rise and the lights go out for the last super heat of the weekend. There was one driver that was actually out of the tram lines by, I think, all four wheels by what I saw. Well, someone's had a bit of a drama coming out of turn number 3. That was the 503 of Igor Mukin from Cyprus. But it's a Danish 1-2, and it's not Jannik Nielsen leading. It is Nikolai Christensen that leads the way in the 508s for RS competition. Igor Mukin looks to be more than likely a bit further up the order, as in behind the two Danes. And in third place, that is the 510. Great to see an FM Racing stickered kart for the first time. So, Maxi Fleischmann, are you hiding somewhere? Right, okay, but, however, Lennart Schreiber steamrolls up the inside of Bastian Kapov going through into turn 2. Kapov runs right through 3, and Lennart Schreiber gets through. So does Luca Filipponi from Belgium. The 582 with Sheepers Racing, a little bit of a contretemps just behind them. One on a Sodi kart, one on an OTK. So that might have been Igor Mukin versus Jonathan Wimont. That would be for 6th position. So the drivers make their way through. Jannik Nielsen has retaken the lead off of Nikolai Christensen in the meantime. But Lennart Schreiber is closing on in. The driver from Germany in the 524 makes it the top 3 covered by 4.5 tenths of a second. So Igor Mukin now up to 6th. Jonathan Wimont down to 7th. Wim Rouleau, Dimo Nota Francesco, Kamil Kubera and S.H. Moon round out the field. All 11 drivers still running, covered by around about 5 seconds at this moment. So, first penalty being issued. It's 5 seconds for S.H. Moon from South Korea. I think that might have been for the tramline infraction in the start phase. So, there you go. It can just always showcase that one mistake that's made can cost you an opportunity to be a bit further up the order. So, Jannik Nielsen has a lead of about 2 tenths of a second. But it's not over yet in the battle for P3 because Luca Filipponi has closed on in to Lennart Schreiber for third place. Bastian Karpov and Igor Mukin are rounding out the top 6, and the two at the back end of this 4-kart battle are closing in on the two in front. And at the minute, Lennart Schreiber still holding on to that third place. But Karpov and Mukin closing in on Filipponi, so there could be a possibility of a positional change very, very soon, as we still have 8 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Just behind them, there is the 560, that's the 560 of Jonathan Wimore, as Wim Rouleau from Sheepers Racing dives up the inside at turn 7. Great move there. Just textbook of when you've got a lot of experience around this circuit. It's an easy move to facilitate down the Europlan, where you're going to be pulling north of about 115, 120 kilometers per hour in a DD2 or a DD2 Masters, and you're hard on the brakes. You're trying to turn the kart in onto that chicane because it's basically as a right, left, right flick of a chicane to deal with. So you're trying to carry that momentum through. But change for third. Nice move there by Luca Filipponi on Lennart Schreiber. Nearly opened the doors there for Igor Mukin. As for those wondering, well, DD2 at the moment are still filtering their way through, still being weighed by our team, led by our chief scrutineer, Paul Clarkson. There's a great team underneath him to facilitate all the technical side of things in terms of checking everything from a technical perspective post-session. So 6 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Yannick Nielsen is starting to pull away from Nikolai Christensen. The gap now is around about 3 3/4 tenths of a second. But knowing Nikolai Christensen, he might start to close that gap up. It's gone down to by a tenth. Luca Filipponi is trying to close into those in front, but he's way off. He's way off. He's about 2 tenths of a second behind the two Danes that are charging away into the distance. They're about 1.6 seconds up the road. But Lennart Schreiber is about 1.2 seconds behind third position now. So this is where things get very, very critical in terms of positioning, because at the end of this, we'll have the intermediate classification, not the ranking after the heats, the intermediate the final intermediate classification. So after all the points have been tabulated, then that will decide the grid for the finals later on. And they start at 2:30 p.m. as Nikolai Christensen tried to thread the eye of the needle to get past Yannick Nielsen. This is, the thing is, they're countrymen, they're good friends, and what's more, it's even worse for Robert Schlunsen, because he'll have kittens if they take each other out. They're teammates, folks. So this is where you just have to err on the side of caution. And still the battle for fourth place is raging on pretty well. Lennart Schreiber still leads that gaggle of 3 karts, but not by much. Yannick Nielsen leads us over the line to complete lap 8. And he's just over 2 tenths ahead of Nikolai Christensen, and Christensen has retaken the lead back from Yannick Nielsen. But then you have to look at the battle between 4th, 5th and 6th. Lennart Schreiber, Igor Mukin and Bastian Karpov are still battling away. Luca Filipponi is pulled away from them. Mukin now leads that, so he's up to 4th, the driver representing Cyprus. So with 3 3/4 minutes still to go. still time for things to change. Whether that might transpire is something for these drivers to decide about. Not me, because I'm up here high and dry, so to speak. But with coming up to 3 minutes and 20 seconds, Nikolai Christensen has the lead in the superheat. Won't put him ahead of Yannick Nielsen going into the final later on, because Yannick Nielsen took 2 wins yesterday. Christensen is slightly behind him on points, but it might put Christensen on the front row with Nielsen when we go racing for the final at 4:35 p.m. this afternoon. And still, it's a showcase between the 2 RS competition drivers, both from the land of Denmark, a lovely country that I've been able to visit multiple times over the past few years. But Nikolai Christensen still hanging on to the lead. Yannick Nielsen, was he going to try and stick a nose up the inside of his countryman? I don't think he would. Robert Schlunsen, are your fingernails being bitten to the quick? I'm sure you're... Well, he's got probably... When I spoke to Robert, actually, when was it? It was Friday afternoon before qualifying. He said, yeah, I've got over 20 drivers here. So a tenth of the grid in total is comprised of drivers from RS competition. Dan Holland, I don't know how many drivers you've got, but there's quite a few of the DHR karts around, especially in micros, minis, juniors and seniors this weekend. But it's still quite interesting to see the dynamic between these 2 Danes at the front end of the field. Fastest lap of the race has been set just now, a 54.666 by Nikolai Christensen. Well, I've also seen that it's also been set by Yannick Nielsen as well. He's running in 2nd position, so just over a tenth and a half separating the 2 Danes as the timer is continuing to count down to 0, and then after that we'll have 1 more lap remaining. So we're on to lap number 12. I think they're looking for the perfect photo op of these 2. the perfect photo opportunity. And Robert Schlunsen, I hope you got a photographer arranged for that. But still, it's just over 0.13 between them. It was 0.169 on the previous tour. Yannick Nielsen, fastest lap of the race, 54.575. So managed to claw that back ever so slightly. So, leaders making their way out of turn number 9 with about 23 seconds on the timer remaining. It might be nip and tuck. We might be on the last lap next time around. They're coming through out of turn number 11. At breakneck speed into turn 12. Hard on the brakes, rotate the kart through the apex. Let it run a little bit wide. 4 seconds on the timer. 2 laps to go, including this one. And Yannick Nielsen now decides, thank you, Nikolai, I'll take that. I'll get the lead back. So, Martin Christensen. I thought I felt my ears burning in the YouTube chat. He wonders if they've got the cojones for doing the CKL 100cc European Grand Prix next year. Well, we might have to get Robert to cajole them into it, as long as there's not another race clashing at the same weekend. But the timer has expired. We now have hit 0 for all of the superheats, all 9 of them this morning, as the finals will be a winner-take-all spectacular here at the home of champions. 1 more lap to go. Yannick Nielsen leads an RS competition and Danish 1-2, with teammate and countryman Nikolai Christensen not too far behind him, about a tenth and a half adrift. Luca Filipponi from Belgium rounds out the top 3, followed by Lennart Schreiber, Bastian Kapov, and Wim Hulot. Well, it's Luca Filipponi, Igor Mukin, Lennart Schreiber, Bastian Kapov, who round out the top 6. SH Moon is still running, but has been given a 5-second post-race time penalty, more than likely for 4 wheels out of the tram lines. As our leaders make their way out of turn 9 for the 15th and final time in this DD2 Masters Superheat. So Robert Schlunzen, you can breathe easy now, because out of the final corner, it's a clean sweep once again, a maximum score of 175 points for Yannick Nielsen, putting him on provisional pole for the DD2 Masters final, taking place this afternoon at 4:35 p.m. Nikolai Christensen takes second, Luca Filipponi takes third, Igor Mukin fourth, Lennart Schreiber takes fifth ahead of Bastian Kapov, Wim Rouleau, Jonathan Wimmer, Dimo Notofrancesco from Switzerland, Camille Kubera, and great to have South Korean representation here as SH Moon crosses the line, last but by certainly no means least. And that wraps up all our superheats, all 9 of them, as Yannick Nielsen takes a clean sweep in DD2 Masters so far this weekend. Well, one of the beautiful things about hosting such a prestigious event as the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival is that in the waiting area just off of the dummy grid are all our competitors in Micro and Minimax that have ventured to the home of champions this weekend. It's the first time that this event has been hosted at the home of champions at Karting Genk, with 84 drivers making up 19 of the 29 different nationalities here this weekend. A big contingent of the 224 drivers representing 29 different nations. So we have representatives from Austria, Belgium, Belarus, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Slovakia, Switzerland, Turkey, and of course the United Kingdom. So for those that are here at the circuits, and that will be at the grandstand as the drivers are making their way out of the dummy grid. Oh, even we've got the Hungarian flag being showcased through one of the drivers from the KF, the Kontar family racing team. I know some of them are here and some are watching from home. But great to see these drivers being given the opportunity to compete in such a prestigious event. We will add 2 different names to the honour roll, possibly this weekend, as the drivers who are being given their national flags are hoisting them proudly. Looks like Henry Möhring is hoisting the flag for Germany. As Theo Steindal from Norway had the opportunity of first knowing about that young driver through Rotax Max Challenge Nordic this year. The Polish flag being hoisted aloft as the drivers making their way in the alternative direction from turn 10, or turn 12 to turn 11. Big contingent from Belgium and the Netherlands as always. A lot of the drivers being able to capture their I Was Here tickets for the Grand T-shirts for the Grand Festival. That were the Synergy drivers there alongside Maria the Missile Roberto running in Minimax. So they are being all assembled. And a big thank you to Brenda and Hannah that have helped to organise this for taking place. Brenda Svennen, the new circuit manager for Karting Genk, announced a little bit later on this year that she would take over the helm here at the Home of Champions. Great to have her on board as the new circuit manager. And great to see these young drivers being afforded the opportunity. There's Ilari Harmanen with the flat cap on. Right, who's got the bowler? Who's got the pudding bowl hat on? Ah, right. That is Nikita Lubimov, who's wearing the pudding bowl hat. Some drivers opting to wear their race helmets as well. So great to see these drivers here. Come on, when you see the camera, wave to it, please, kids. So, ladies and gentlemen, take your photos and please give all 84 drivers from 19 different nations that make up the grid for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival your applause and appreciation, please. So great to see all our 84 drivers from 19 different nations representing pretty much, I think, well, 224 drivers. That is more than a third of the total drivers competing here this weekend. So get your photos. I see quite a few people down by the fencing off of the grandstand. This is your chance to take pictures of your kids who are drivers with us. Albie Friend holding the flag for the UK. A wonderful sight to see. And of course, some of these drivers have already qualified for this year's Grand Finals, but there are some that are gunning for that ticket to race in Bahrain in around about a few weeks' time, just over around about a month and a half from now, after getting their ticket here at the Grand Festival. It will be the last opportunity for many drivers to do so. A bit of fence climbing in order to get the photos. And the grandstand very much filled out. So for those wondering, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals will take place in 35 days' time. That's a month and 4 days from now. And for those that have already had the opportunity, including one man who is here that has been at all bar one of the Grand Finals and is also a previous Grand Finals champion, Daryl Smith, who's here with us from BRP Rotax this weekend, as they are now lining up all the drivers that are holding the flags of the 19 respective nations, with 84 drivers in total representation here at the home of champions. And what's more, we've got the flags surrounding something rather special, because the drivers now will line up just off of turn number 10 by the runoff area. The perfect opportunity for a wonderful picture of all our drivers partaking in this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival at the home of champions for 2023. We're really privileged and honoured to be given this opportunity, so we would like to thank all the team at BRP Rotax in Austria for allowing the home of champions to host this event this year. And also they've got some benches in the background, so we can have the drivers that have got the flags, some of which will be going onto the back of the benches. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, if I could ask you all to be showing your appreciation and applause for the 84 drivers from 19 nations making up this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival. So, drivers, get your helmets up in the air, please. Thank you to all of you and your families and the teams that have made it here to the home of champions. And one lucky driver in each of these classes will book their place to the 23rd running of this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals amidst the sands of the Persian Gulf. So there we go. The drivers will now make their way off of the circuit. A big thank you to everybody that has made this possible behind the scenes, the entire team here at Karting Genk, including Brenda Svennen, Kuhn Lemons, and so many other people behind the scenes that have made this event work. A big thank you to BRP Rotax and the team over in Austria for allowing us to host this prestigious event for the very, very first time here, just over a month away from the Rotax Grand Finals, as the drivers will make their way back into the dummy grid area. We do have a little bit of a surprise planned for them as well. And great to see so many of you still watching with us here live and direct from the Limburg region of Belgium at the 1,360 metre circuit known as the home of champions, Karting Genk. Of course, these drivers have been a welcome addition to the paddock here this weekend. And for myself personally, it's been a real pleasure to be the commentator for this event. It is always great to see these drivers who can be, and some of them will be, racing superstars of the future amidst the pantheon of current modern day motorsport. So the Micro and Minimax drivers being given their goodie bags by some of the team here at Karting Genk. We are now going to go to the official lunch break for the final day of competition for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. Join us just before 2:30 Central European time this afternoon as the first of 6 finals get underway. And who will be our winners this year? See you then.
da Laune.
Hello and welcome back to the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium, for the final 6 races of this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. The weather has significantly shifted since we had our drivers' parade with all 84 micro and mini-max drivers representing 19 different nations. Of course, that has been whittled down to the 32 in micro and the top 35 in mini. And one driver in each class will then get the prestigious honour of representing their nation at the forthcoming Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain in 1 month and 4 days' time from the 2nd to the 9th of December. So the grid has been cleared ahead of our first race, which is the Micromax finale here at the Grand Festival. 32 drivers set into battle for one final time. One final hurrah. Everyone is on wet weather tyres. A lot of them deciding to go with clear visors in order to facilitate good peripheral vision. And great to see some of the drivers waving to our mobile camera, which is making its way currently down the start-finish straight as we speak. The points are now in past tense because for the final, it will be the case that whoever wins is this year's event winner. It's winner take all. Let's take you through the grid for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival Micromax Final. Here's your starting grid. Dominic Rosa from Hungary will line up on the front row from pole position. Jensen Chalk, the number 64 from the UK, will line up alongside on the front row. Jack Freeman and Seys Moyes will be on row 2. Ilari Harmonen and Harry Taylor, row 3. Henry Möhring and Austin Oman, row 4. Row 5, Andreas Jerup and Theo Steindal completing the top 10. George Lobkis and Ryan Rivers, row 6. Marc-André Quesada and Jeff Verbeek, row 7. Row 8, Julian Dummer and Max Moore. Jokubas Vasquez, Maria Roberto, Benediktas Masiokas and Dimitar Lazarov round out the top 20. Completing the 32-strong grid are Marius Reinhold, Nicholas Zelensky, Tafe Niskanen, Mikael Kumas, Maximilian Kiel, Leon Hobos, Jonathan Otterson, Kimi May, Tristan Abils, Savros Sotos Francia, Daniel Ferguson and Oliver Hochreiter bringing up the rear of the 32 kart 16-row strong grid. And now the finals will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for micro, mini and juniors. Seniors, DD2 and Masters will be over 14 minutes, plus an additional lap. Visibility will be at a premium with rooster tails of spray coming up from the back axle of every single one of these 32 Micromax karts. The drivers head towards the conclusion of the official formation lap for this last race for these drivers. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for one final time. 12 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap left for these drivers to conquer. And it's not just going to be a challenge against their opposition, but also the weather conditions will play their part. So Rosa and Chalk on the front row. Out of the 12th and final corner they head. Revs rise, noise increases. The Grand Festival Micromax final is underway. The lights are out and Rosa leads the field, heading into turn 1, but Jack Freeman launches it up the inside to take the race lead on the opening tour at turn number 2. They all start scrabbling for traction, heading through turns 3, 4, now into 5. As the drivers make their way through into turn 6, some going tight on the apex, some going wide and then putting the throttle down hard and catching traction at its best. There's the number 53 of Harry Taylor, who now makes it a DHR 1-2. Freeman leads, Taylor in second, Chalk in third, as they now come through turn number 8. Rosa looking up the inside of Chalk, who then goes on the offensive, bangs sidewalls with Taylor into turn 8, and through turn 9, the number 64 from the UK makes it a British 1-2-3. And Freeman using the wider line through turn 10, as does Harry Taylor. Jensen Chalk tries to nail the apex through turn 10. Ilari Harmanen is in 5th position, and in second, well, in 4th place, I might add. They're about to come across the start-finish line. That's Andreas Jellerup from Denmark. Dominic Rosa, started on pole position, is now 6th. Jack Freeman has a lead of 6.5 tenths of a second, as a few drivers have tumbled a little bit further down the order, including Maximilian Kiel, Leon Herboz, as a great slingshot out of turn 3 for Harry Taylor, round the outside through turns 3 and 4 on Andreas Jellerup from Denmark, and retakes 3rd position. Ilari Harmanen switches positions again with Dominic Rosa from Hungary, as the Finn looks to get the traction pull out of turn number 6, but Rosa covers things off. So the drivers make their way through into turn number 9. Jokubas Vasquez and Maria Roberto round out the top 26, as Harry Taylor tries to go back on battle terms with Andreas Jellerup for 3rd position into turn 10. The Brit goes a little bit further down the inside of the Dane and reclaims 3rd position. But there has been a change at the front end of the field. Jensen Chalk now leads. Jack Freeman in 2nd position as they come out of the final corner to complete lap number 2. Gap is now 0.276 between 1st and 2nd. Dominic Rosa again ahead of Andreas Jellerup, but that has changed once more. Dominic Rosa, as Andreas Jellerup still battling away with Harry Taylor for 3rd place. The Brit still ahead of the Dane, who goes sideways through turn 5. And then goes very, very wide out of turn number 6 to get the traction down and try and get the slipstream off of Taylor. Jensen Chalk still leads at the moment on lap number 3 of this adventure around this 1.36 kilometre circuit, as Theo Steindal manages to get through on Ilari Harmanen through turn 7. That is for 6th place on the road. So the leaders have made their way through turn number 11 on what is now lap number 3. Jensen Chalk has now expanded that lead by a significant margin. And even the local pets are enjoying some of the water that has been provided around the circuit here at Karting Genk. Even by just one of the motorhomes or one of the cars just off some of the camping areas. But Austin Oman makes his move up the inside through on Ilari Harmanen. That is another change of position. That's for 6th place on the road. as they bump over the curbs. Dominic Rosa losing time, and it is fast fading away for the young driver from Hungary who started on pole position. 6 minutes and 22 seconds to go. Oh, no, no, no. That's not what you want to have happen there. Ilari Harmanen tried to close the door on Theo Steindal, and then Dominic Rosa, I think, got caught up in the crossfire a little bit and has lost out a little bit more. There's Henry Möhring in the number 14 representing Germany, who's now made up a couple of positions. Jensen Chalk's lead after 3 laps was 0.7 of a second advantage over Jack Freeman. And that looks to be further extending still, as our leader makes his way out of the final corner. Jensen Chalk, with 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go, plus an additional lap, now has an advantage over Jack Freeman of 1.6 seconds. And has also set the new fastest lap of this race. 1 minute 20.807. Still battles happening. Yellerup and Taylor swapping positions like I don't know what. And Taylor got a good run coming out of turn number 3, but that was not enough to try and close in on Andreas Yellerup to retake that 3rd position. Behind them, Ilari Harmanen still holds firm in 5th position, ahead of Austin Oman, with Henry Möhring, Markedia Casada, and Dominic Rosa has dropped all the way down to 10th place. But again, Yellerup up the inside of Taylor. Taylor gets a little bit tail happy, putting down the throttle coming out of turn number 9, and manages to slingshot past the Dane into turn 10. But will Yellerup have the run on the number 53? The answer is a resounding yes, as is a bit sideways by Harry Taylor coming out of turn 11. Jensen Chalk again running in the 1 minute 20.8. Jack Freeman running about 9/10 of a second behind. The lead is now expanded to 2.5 seconds. Andreas Yellerup in 3rd, Harry Taylor, Austin Oman, Ilari Harmanen, Henry Möhring. They round out the top 7. Theo Steindal, Marc-André Casada and Dominic Rosa round out the top 10. George Lobkis now past Max Moore for 11th. Jonathan Otterson past Mikael Kumas for 18th. Nicholas Zelensky up to 24th ahead of Marius Reinhold. And still all 32 runners and riders are in on the circuit. But again, Yellerup going a little bit wide, a little bit sideways through turn number 8, nearly giving the opportunity to Harry Taylor to get on through for 3rd place. 3.25 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap in this Micromax final for the 2023 Grand Festival. And again, they are still swapping positions between 3rd and 4th. It's always making the best of the conditions. The person that's made the best of it is Jensen Chalk, who is now leading Jack Freeman by nearly 3.3 seconds. Yellerup a further 4 seconds adrift. Taylor looking up the inside of him, going into turns 1 and 2, and the 53 gets past. Manages to get the traction out of turn 2, but Yellerup's going to look through turn 3, and again Taylor's going to try, but this time Yellerup was wise to it. Managed to anticipate what Taylor was going to do. Saw him go wide and deep into turn 3, but then Taylor decides to go up the inside using the apex at turn 6. Ilari Harmanen gets a touch from behind, courtesy of Henry Möhring, nearly putting the fin in the side of Austin Oman through turn 6. And Taylor through turn 8, neatly using the curbing, but it puts him slightly sideways on the exit, allows Yellerup to get back through. And again, the chess games continue between third and fourth place at the moment. Taylor and Yellerup still battling away. And this time Taylor keeps it pinned round the outside of turn 12 and doesn't allow Yellerup to get through. Behind them, there is Ilari Harmanen from Finland, ahead of Henry Möhring, Osterman and Theo Steindal from Norway. They round out the top 8. Harmanen goes a bit deep into turn 2. Möhring gets through. Oman looking to try and get 2 for the price of 1. Not quite happening there because Möhring and Harmanen got the traction coming out of turn number 3. And Theo Steindal, trying to go a bit further up the field, is now in the middle of the three-way sandwich, heading into turn 7 off of the Europlan. Osterman gets through. Henry Möhring trying to go wheel to wheel, goes round the outside through the left-hand part of the turn 7 chicane on Theo Steindal and manages to line it up nicely for turn number 8. The timer is fast ticking away in the Micromax Grand Festival final for 2023. And with 14 to go, there's a three-way scrap coming down from turn 9 into 10. Some drivers might be getting a little bit caught out. There's Sees Moyes in the middle, in the thick of all of that. 5-second time penalty being given to George Lobkiss, I've just seen on the Digi flag. So Lobkiss currently sitting in 11th position and will drop to 15th if things are to finish as they are. Timer has expired. After this, one more lap to go. Last year, it was Albert Friend that took the title of Micromax Grand Festival champion. And still they're battling away tooth and nail with the likes of Oman, Harmanen, Möhring and Steindal through turn 7. More drivers in the thick of it, including, I think I noticed it was the 67 possibly. There's quite a few of them coming through out of turn number 7. But out of the final corner, onto the last lap of the final, goes the 64 of Jensen Chalk. Number 29 gets a 3-second time penalty. Nicholas Zelensky, as the drivers continue to make their way around this circuit. Jensen Chalk's lead is monumental. It's 6 seconds. And he's a couple of laps ago on lap number 8, set the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.464. Osterman has managed to get away from the likes of Möhring, Harmanen and Steindal, who are still battling away. Just behind them, you've got Quesada and also Max Moore battling away over the last couple of positions in the top 10. But our race leader now makes his way off of the Europlan for what will be the 10th and final time. Möhring going side by side with Harmanen. Steindal in the wings, waiting to see what happens. Harmanen runs wide, Steindal gets through. But out of turn 11 for what's going to be the final time, it's winner take all, because the checkered flag this time will wave, because your 2023 Rotax Grand Festival Micromax winner, it's Jensen Chalk. From the outside of the front row, and a great effort by our runner-up this year, Jack Freeman, who finishes in second. Third goes the way of Harry Taylor. It's a top 3 British lockout on the podium. Andreas Yellerup takes 4th. Osterman takes 5th, ahead of Theo Steindal, Henry Möhring, Ilari Harmanen, Max Moore and Marc-André Quesada from France, who rounds out the top 10. Dominic Rosa started on pole, finishes in 11th, ahead of George Lobkiss, Tafi Niskanen. Ryan drivers, Daniel Ferguson, Sees Moyes, Dimitar Lazarov, Gillian Dumas, Jonathan Otterson and Jeff Verbeek rounding out the top 20. completing the entirety of the 32-strong grid that finished the race, is as follows: Jokubas Vasquez, Benediktas Maziokas, Nicholas Zelensky, Mikhail Kumas, Stavros Zotos, Francia, Kimi May, Marius Reinhold, Leon Herbos, Tristan Abils, Maria Roberto, Oliver Hochheuter, and Maximilian Kiel. But there is your Micromax Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival winner, taking over from Albert Friend. This year it goes back to the United Kingdom, and it goes into the hands of Jensen Chalk. And great sportsmanship there from Simon Freeman, Jack's dad, shaking Jensen Chalk's hand. There is your Micromax Grand Festival winner for 2023. Of course, the weather has been very much on everybody's radar this weekend, and here was no exception. Just goes to show that come rain or come shine, the racing must carry on. The show must continue. And with what we saw when the drivers set off on the official sighting and formation lap, the final got underway first time around. Dominic Rosa and Jensen Chalk were on the front row, but then the move that could have dictated otherwise, Jack Freeman launching it up the inside from the inside of row 2 to initially take the race lead. Jensen Chalk would have to fight back and would have to get past the likes of Harry Taylor and Andreas Jellerup, amongst others, to try and see if he could catch Jack Freeman. The battle between Denmark and the United Kingdom, it sounds like the Euros in football, where Harry Taylor and Andreas Jellerup were battling all the way through the entirety of the race. You couldn't really separate them. Whilst they were battling away, both Freeman and Chalk powered away into the distance. Of course, we saw some flashes of brilliance again by Finland's Ilari Harmonen, and then the slight tangle with the 24 and the 15, or 16, I think it was Austin Oman, and the 24 of Dominic Rosa nearly caught Harmonen out unawares. But still, one was trying to get get one up on the other, and Harry Taylor ended up at one point going wide out of turn 11. Then a little bit later on was able to get through and nip in front of Andreas Jellerup, who then returned the favour through the very next corner at the left-hander at turn 11. And still more battling. Would see the likes of Harmonen compete with the likes of Möhring, Steindal and Oman for what would be the bottom part of the top 5. Also, it was a very difficult race for Cees Moyes from the Netherlands, who started on the outside of row number 2, would end up dropping down the order. So the weather would catch some of the drivers out over the early goings. But when it was all said and done and the dust was settled, Jensen Chalk becomes your 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival champion. So let's take you through the starting grid for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival Mini-Max Final. Starting from pole position, it will be Nikita Lyubimov, who alongside him is now the outgoing Micromax Grand Festival winner from last year, Albert Friend. Denny Babacek and Felipe Reyes will line up on row 2. Thomas Verheyen and Bran van der Weyken line up on row 3. Vince van der Hallen and Jacob Kubera, row 4. Alexander van Meeuwen and Kai Clark, row 5. Luca Holmes-Balak and Lars Lambers, row 6. Row 7, Michael Zayak and Erin Underlogan from Turkey. Then we will have on row 8, Boris Verhagen and Alex Goodson. Row 9, João Maria Pereira from Portugal and Tom the Farmer Reed in 18th position. Finn Albert Jorgensen and Daniel Minto round out the top 20. The 35-strong grid, I've been duly informed earlier on, will be as follows. Christoph Killer, Maxim Becker, Christian Sejersen, Victor Reutz, Erik Brandsborg, Albi Lapper, Hasnain Khan, Lika van Berkel, Rasmus Koskinen, Luan Seidel, Nathan Rybczynski, Samir Paul, Mason Yering, Azmi Heiser and Boris Maligranda rounding out the grid. And now we see the sunshine come back. Oh, how we've missed you. So, Karel Pakai going go, 196, Bran van der Weyken. Okay, there is some support coming through on the chat. There's nearly 600 of you watching on our live stream via the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. A big thank you to everyone that has watched over the course of yesterday through the 21 heats and through our 9 super heats and now our second of 6 finals. Last year's Mini-Max Grand Festival winner, Jacob Ashcroft, is taking part in the junior partition of the Golden Trophy. As 35 drivers make their way out of the 12th and final corner. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are on, lights are out. We are underway, and a good start by the inside row, which includes Nikita Lyubimov on pole position. Oh, we've already had 2 go off at turn 2. Albert Friend is not one of them, one of which is the 196 of Bran van der Weyken is off and stuck in the mud. Somebody else is alongside as well. Might be, well, it was a 1-1. And I couldn't make out. Oh, there's more drama at turn 6. And there's gesticulation, 136, 1565 involved. So 136, Tom Reed. Finn Albert Jorgensen, 165. There was a GKS kart involved. Possibly João Maria Pereira in the 128 from Portugal. And someone's found the steeplechase puddle outside of turn 8. Must have been a Hunter Motorsport kart. And Daniel Tasker saying here for Albi Lapper. Mechanic by. Oh dear, more spins around. And that was, I think that was Pereira on that particular occasion. Got turned around and then has had the likes of Boris Verhagen. The apple cart has really well been upset in this Mini-Max final, isn't it? But leading the way, it is Albert Friend out in front. 9/10 ahead of Lars Lambers, who's got Kai Clark closing it. Well, that's Thomas Verheyen. Then you've got, Kai Clark is in trying to go for 3rd. So Lars Lambers, oh, that's a position dropped. That might be Babacek that's just gone through. So Friend, Lambers, Verheyen, and it is not Babacek. Babacek's around about 8th position, so I think that is Lyubimov, which it is the case. So Lyubimov in 4th position. Alexander van Meeuwen now 5th. Oh, bit sideways there out of turn 8 by Thomas Verheyen. That's opened both barn doors wide. It's a bit of a scuffle coming out of turn 9. It's 3 wide. Van Meeuwen was on the outside. Clark was in the middle. As that is the 125 of Luca Holmes-Black. Oh, that is getting a bit too close for comfort. Babicek caught up in it all as an unwilling participant. So it's all for themselves. It's a winner-take-all event, and that means the action is going to be even more intense than what it has been before the lunch break. And still, they're squabbling over the last swing in the playground. Oh, no! That is Luca Holmes-Black off with Kai Clark and Alexander Van Meeuwen. It was 3 wide coming out of turn 2. One was going to be exiting stage right, and it was the 125. Bran van der Weyken and Michael Zayak look to be out of the race, I'm afraid. Real shame for van der Weyken. And that just goes to show that you can always count on unpredictability. You never know what's going to happen next. But Alexander Van Meeuwen hasn't given up yet. He's right behind the 126 of Alex Goodson from Hunter Motorsport. They've got Jakob Kubera in front of them. And Kubera looks up the inside. That is on the 106 of Kai Clark. So that is a change of position. Babicek, though, is on a tear. He's up the inside of Verheyen going into turn 12. Has Denny Babicek made the move? Yes, he has. He's got through on the inside of turn 12. So Friend leads by nearly 2 seconds ahead of Lambers, Lubimov. Babicek now 4th, gets a tag from behind courtesy of Verheyen. Of course, braking in these conditions is a little bit more technical and a little bit more demanding. You've got to really measure the amount of track, the amount of throttle that you're putting down through a corner, and also how hard you're braking, because sometimes I've seen it before where drivers have braked hard in wet conditions and done a 180 and then the back axle has seized at that moment. Felipe Reyes looking up the inside of Thomas Verheyen through turn 7. The 107 from the Netherlands, running with the Commentator by RR Racing crew, run by Raymond Rietveld. Now makes a position on the 182. So that is going to be a change for 5th position. And Babicek has put himself in the prime position, possibly for winning a ticket. Now, I know for a fact that Albert Friend, Lars Lambers, and Nikita Lubimov have all secured tickets. So now it's the battle for what happens next. Babicek, I know, hasn't got a ticket. Felipe Reyes, I'm 50-50 on that one, but I think he might not have got one either yet. So it is going to be crucial to see who becomes the champion and who takes home the ticket to the grand finals and finds himself heading over to Bahrain in about a month's time. So we have just under 5.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, and it really is going to be interesting to see what's going to happen over the next 5.25 minutes. In the meantime, Alexander Van Meeuwen has just been passed by Jakob Kubera, who has been a bit of a surprise this weekend in the 199, running on the Sodi kart chassis. Just overtook the GKS Lemons Power driver through turn number 8. And now closes on Thomas Verheyen. Now this is coming out of turn 11. Meanwhile, Albert Friend looks to make history in the Grand Festival's Roll of Honour. So now, where does the unpredictability factor come into play? That's the big €64,000 question that needs to be answered. Albert Friend is comfortably leading by 2 seconds ahead of Lars Lambers, who's being closed in on by this year's Nordic champion and also Estonian champion. Nikita Lubimov in the 1:19. Denny Babacek has got himself exactly where he needs to be, in 4th. So we've already had 2 DNFs on the opening lap. Bran van der Weyken and Michal Zayak from Belgium and Poland respectively, out after the opening lap. So Albi Lapper moves past Hasnain Khan for 19th position. Boris Verhaag up to 17th. Alexander Van Meeuwen now through on Kai Clark for what is 9th place. There you see, quite a lot of dramas have been happening over the course of the duration of this race. Friend leads by 1.3 seconds. And Lars Lambers was 7/10 quicker. Alexander Van Meeuwen now up to 7th. Jakub Kubera up to 8th. Thomas Verheyen has dropped to 9th. With Kai Clark completing the top 10 positions. The timer counts down with a sense of inevitability that someone will win this race. The drivers have been challenged all the way through the weekend, and there is still this challenge to conquer. 2.25 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap remains in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival Mini-Max Final, as there is the 1:32, Daniel Minto trying to get through on Luca Holmes-Balak for 14th. In front of them, they've got Portugal's João Maria Pereira. And Holmes-Balak gets a really good run coming out of turn number 10, but tries to find his way forward. There's the 1:40 of Albi Lapper. That's up the inside of Natan Rybczynski in the 1:89. So Albi Lapper up to 16th. Pereira 12th. Kai Clark 9th. 90 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And this will conclude this year's running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival, held here for the first time at Karting Genk. Denny Babacek is now having to defend. Time is fast running out for Felipe Reyes. And the last time around, Babacek was 4/10 ahead of the 1:07 from the Netherlands. That looked to be a little bit closer between the pair as our leader, Albert Friend, comes through now, turn 11. With the Waft assisting him moving forward. Lambers, Lubimov, they're your top 3. Babacek in 4th, Felipe Reyes in 5th. As we go on to the penultimate lap of the final in Minimax. Albert Friend's lead now is 1.979 seconds. He also holds the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.485. And as Albert Friend breaks into turn number 7, the timer is up. So we do have a couple of penalties that have been issued. The 1:06 has had, and that is Kai Clark, 5-second time penalty for push to pass. And the 1:80, oh dearie me, that is going to be Hasnain Khan, 5-second penalty for all 4 wheels outside of the tram lines on the start. So broke formation completely before the lights went out. Albert Friend makes his way out of turn number 12 for the penultimate time. 1 more lap remains. And Albert Friend hurtles his way into turns 1 and 2 for the 9th and final time. Further dramas for Hasnain Khan, causing a collision, an additional 5-second time penalty. Penalties are coming thick and fast. 1:26 gets a time penalty as well. That is 5 seconds. And that is Alex Goodson, who's running 12th, but Albert Friend makes his way down the Europolan for what is going to be the 9th and final time. Through the chicane, it's been pretty much a nigh-on dominant weekend for the young man from the United Kingdom. 3 more corners remain after this, and a piece of Grand Festival history will have been written, because in the folklore of the Rotax Max Challenge, Grand Festival has not one driver done what Albert Friend is now about to achieve, because for the 2nd year in a row, he was Micromax Grand Festival winner last year in the Netherlands. Here at Karting Genk, Albert Friend makes history, becoming the first driver to win as a Grand Festival Micromax champion, and now, add to that, in 2023, the Grand Festival Minimax champion. Lars Lambers takes 2nd. Nikita Lubimov takes 3rd. Now, Jensen Chalk has booked his place to Bahrain. Folks, a newsflash. The top 3 have already secured their places to Bahrain. So provisionally, your Grand Festival Minimax ticket winner is Denny Babacek, who rounds out the top 4, was able to keep Felipe Perez at bay by 4/10 after 9 laps of racing. Felipe Perez was 5th ahead of Vince van der Hallen, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Jakob Kubera, Kai Clark, Thomas Verheyen, and that is how you make history. You become the first Micro and Minimax champion of the Grand Festival in 2 successive years. And I know for a fact that Dad George is going to be absolutely smiling like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. And Paul Clarkson, our chief scrutineer, shakes Albie Friend's hand and congratulates him on a job well done. Lars Lambers, Nikita Lubimov, Denny Babacek, Felipe Perez, Vince van der Hallen, and everybody else. There are your results on the screen, folks, for those watching at home. And that is the conclusion of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival, right here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. So let's take you through the starting grid for our first final of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. It's Junior Rotax up first, and here is your starting grid. Pole position is in the hands of Matej Radenkovic, with Tom Streller, Cameron Nelson, Jacob Ashcroft, Armand Hamilton, Lewis Goff, Max Cuthbert, Kasper Nissen, Hannes Überfeld, and Adas Majalskis rounding out the top 10. Rounding out the top 20 is Timo Jungling, Lukas Els, Boris Maximov, Tino Sidler, Noah Janssen, Theodor Tubal, Martin Lichner, Thomas Ingram Hill, Jake Menton, and Francis Victor Galmiche. Mika van der Pavert lines up on 21st, and behind him, and comprising of the 36-strong grid, will be as follows: Oliver Stedtler, Sinjepes Ornbol, Jol Kaspar Joipere, Ryan Bourguignon, Zane Quaker, Carl Christian Tukru, Matthias Jaderup, Aaron Vida, Mathis Ometre, Mate Kobehidze, František Sulima, Zach Turner, Viti Väinen, and Vlad Tomenchuk. And rounding out the grid, it's Canada's Ryan Gandor. Now the drivers get themselves ready for 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here in the Golden Trophy Junior Rotax Final. Drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are out, and we are underway into turn one, being led by Matej Radenkovic. And oh, Jacob Ashcroft has gone spinning, was 90 degrees sideways to the right, and got put into the right direction. Some scrambling over the grass, one of which is the 251. And that just goes to show how quickly things can turn upside down and on its head. And Ron Lynn and all the team at Alchemy Car Care cheering on Lewis Goff. That was Lewis I just saw actually rallycrossing just there, coming through turn number 3. So it's not been an easy start for these drivers as they make their way out of turn number 8 for the first time. And Radenkovic is leading the way heading into turn number 10. So drivers trying to make their way through. Second, it's Armand Hamilton. Third, it's the 238 of Tom Streller, who's up the inside of Hamilton through turn number 12 and gets through for second place before the end of the first lap. So Radenkovic leads. Streller second, Hamilton, Cuthbert, Nelson, Jungling, Überfeld, Nissen, Noah Janssen and Thomas Ingram Hill round out the top 10. And a little bit wide by Tom Streller coming out of turn number 4. So some drivers trying to make the level best of it at this moment. And, well, Lewis Goff has dropped all the way down to 24th. Rounding out the top 12 is Adas Majalskis, as there goes Tom Streller for the lead up the inside of turn number 7. on Matej Radenkovic. Now through into turn 8. Radenkovic trying to get through on the Latvian, gets through for the race lead at turn 8. All 36 drivers still circulating. Jacob Ashcroft down to 16th and is going to try and push forward. We've got just under 9 minutes plus an additional lap of this junior Rotax final for the Golden Trophy racing here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. In order to answer your question, Raihan Nazir on YouTube. Oh, moment there. That was for Hannah Zuberfeld coming out of turn 11. Cuthbert, Youngling. Then we got Cameron Nelson. There's Zuberfeld right behind the train. And Suella now has a lead of just under 1.1 seconds over Matej Radenkovic, who's now got Armand Hamilton through and up the inside at turn 2. Timo Youngling now up into 4th place ahead of Max Cuthbert and also Cameron Nelson, who round out the top 6. Noah Janssen loses out to Thomas Ingram Hill, who's up to 9th. Carl Christon Toklu, the Estonian, has dropped all the way down to around about 34th position. As everyone scrambling for position and real estate on the circuit. Oh, dearie me. That was not a good one there, as the 201 of Radenkovic got clattered into the right-hand side by Cameron Nelson coming through turn 7. Max Cuthbert keeping it pinned to the outside of Hannah Zuberfeld into turn 8. And there is Casper Nissen in the 208, trying to also get through and make up ground. And does so on Uberfeld, who runs wide. There's the 228. That's Thomas Ingram Hill making a position on the German in the meantime. Some drivers taking the unique approach of going, well, round the outside of the 221 and the 210 went Noah Janssen. That was on Kasper Joipura from Estonia and Tino Sidler from Switzerland. Great anticipation there from Noah Janssen to use the outside line. As the drivers make their way back onto the Europalan, which Tom Sveller is trying to stretch that advantage over Armand Hamilton. It's side by side between Casper Nissen, all sideways there for Thomas Ingram Hill coming out of turn number 6. Manages to avoid the grasses up the inside of Matej Radenkovic through turn 7. Tries to go Max Cuthbert. He's got Casper Nissen right behind, along with Thomas Ingram Hill, Hannah Zuberfeld in the 228 and the 202. Boris Maximov has just joined the party as well in the 230. So all 36 drivers rounded out by Zane Quaker in 35th and Jake Menton in 36 are still circulating after 3 laps. We're now completing lap number 4, and it's Tom Strela from Latvia who leads the way by nearly 1.4 seconds over Armand Hamilton. Timo Youngling, Cameron Nelson, Matej Radenkovic, Max Cuthbert, Casper Nissen, Thomas Ingram Hill, Hannah Zuberfeld and Boris Maximov round out the top 10. No change in the top 27 drivers, rounded out by Vlad Tominchuk as Lucas Sells gets past Ryan Bourguignon for 28th. Nissen now tries to go up the inside of Thomas Ingram Hill, who this time was not sideways coming out of turn 6. And the 228 representing the UK manages to get through. So Strela leads from Hamilton, Youngling, Nelson, Radenkovic, Cuthbert, Nissen, Ingram Hill, Uberfeld, Maximov, Majauskis, Janssen. Sidler, Joipura and Lishner round out the top 15. Jacob Ashcroft in 16th, ahead of the likes of Mika van der Pavet, Theodor Tubal, also Sinja Pez on ball, and Lewis Goff now has recovered to 20th position. And Maximov just fires it round the outside into turn 12 on Hannah Zuberfeld, who gets the undercut through into the final part of the circuit. And they're going to be side by side. Uberfeld gets through. And this time, the 272 tries to get through on the pair of them. That was Adas Majauskis, and they're swamping him at the moment. Janssen is back in the mix in that one too. So it's very, very difficult to see who will level up in terms of positions at this moment. So still plenty of chopping and changing happening at this moment. So, Karting Rapport, it was tickets up for grabs for this year's Grand Finals. For the Grand Festival, Micro and Minimax had one ticket available. No other tickets available for this weekend. It's about becoming the prestigious winner of a one-off event. 3.5 minutes still to go, and Tom Strehler has a lead of 1.8 seconds over Armand Hamilton. It still has pretty much been stabilised at the top 7, make that the top 10. So you've got the likes of Strehler, who's leading by nearly 1.9 seconds over Armand Hamilton. Timo Jungling is trying to close on in and is about 7 and a bit tenths of a second behind the Hungarian. Cameron Nelson in 4th, Mateo Denkovic, who started on pole position. Rounding out the top 5, Max Cuthbert, Thomas Ingram Hill, Kasper Nissen, Adas Majalskis, Boris Maximov, and now rounding out the top 10 is Germany's Hannes Zuberfeld. Well, actually the top 11 is Hannes Zuberfeld, so Maximov up into 10th place, Majalskis up to 9th. I cannot believe what I'm seeing now. More than 700 of you watching live as it happens, direct from the home of champions at Karting Genk, as we are 3 finals of the way through this event, this one-off event here at the home of champions. A big thank you to you all for watching and tuning in all the way over the weekend. And now, there is Cameron Nelson trying to fight with Mateo Denkovic, and hot on their heels, on their coattails, is the 2, 3, 4 of Max Cuthbert. And there is Radenkovic frantically waving to Cameron Nelson, saying, come on, get on with it, let's move. And decides to go through on the 241, but Nelson decides otherwise. Max Cuthbert looking up the inside, and then Cameron Nelson round the outside at turns 3 and 4 on the pair of them, retakes 4th in the process. Nearly gets caught up, well, nearly gets the back end all sideways, does Cameron Nelson, heading out of turn number 6 and heading onto the Europalan once again. Time is fast running out. We are down to 1.5 minutes plus an additional lap. And Tom Strehler, who has the fastest lap of the race so far, that was done on lap number 5, 1 minute 13.949. And his lead is around about 1.8 seconds over Armand Hamilton. Radenkovic is still keeping Max Cuthbert at bay, but they've got to watch for Thomas Ingram Hill in the 228, who's closing on their 6s rather quickly. See, I'm getting messages all the way through, whether it's being WhatsApp, thanks to Tracy and David Robertson in Abu Dhabi, and then Simon on Facebook decides to throw one my way. He's watching on his smartphone at the moment. Glad you're enjoying the show, Simon. So quite a few people watching along. 34 seconds on the timer remains here in the Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy Junior Rotax Final. And Armand Hamilton has been on a bit of a tear. He's got that gap down to 1.4 seconds, and in the process has set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 13.849 by the Hungarian. And all right, that's an interesting one. Wrong starting position for Jake Menton. A 5-second time penalty for being in the wrong grid position. He should have started in 19th position, but the timer has expired. Radenkovic trying to get past Cameron Nelson as the last lap is underway. Tom Strehler still leads. What's the gap between him and Hamilton? 1.2 seconds. As the sunshine continues to beat down on the home of champions, Tom Strehler is starting to get towards the business end. It's the winner-take-all here at the Golden Trophy in the Grand Festival. If you win the final, you are the event winner. And Tom Strehler, I still remember first meeting him and his dad Armand's a couple of years ago when he was a wee pup. And now, look at him. He's done an absolutely fantastic job transitioning to juniors this year. and has been absolutely dynamite in both Latvia and in Nordic, and also has shown signs of brilliance here in continental Europe. But Armand Hamilton, you're running out of corners, but he's getting closer. One more corner remains, and the checkered flag will be out this time, because out of the final corner, your 2023 Golden Trophy Junior Rotax champion, it goes to Latvia. Tom Strela takes the spoils here at the home of champions by just over 7/10 of a second. Armand Hamilton takes second position, Timo Jungling third, Cameron Nelson fourth, Max Cuthbert in fifth, ahead of Mateo Dankovic, Thomas Ingram Hill, Kasper Nissen, Alas Majauskis, Boris Maximov rounds out the top 10. Hannes Uberfeld, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Janssen, Tino Sidler and Martin Lichner round out the top 15. Completing the top 20, it's Lewis Goff, Mika van der Pavert, Sinje Pezonbol, Matthias Jellerup, Jol Kasper, Joipura, Zach Turner, Viti Veninen, Lucas Sells, Aaron Vida, Victor Galmiche, Ryan Bourguignon, Theodore Tubal. Then we've got Carl Christian Tukru, Oliver Stedler, Franciszek Sulima, Matti Sometra, Ryan Gandor, Mate Kobahidze from Georgia, Vlad Tomenchuk, Zen Kveka, and Jake Menton. And your 2023 Golden Trophy Junior Rotax champion, it's none other than the young Latvian superstar of the future, Toms Strela. So let's get underway with the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy Senior Rotax Final. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, it will be the 374 from Belgium, Kai Rilletz. He'll be joined by the Pride of Scotland alongside on the front row, Lewis Gilbert in the 329, Jaden Teen and Ethan Jeff Hall on row 2. Thomas Strauber and Dion van Verven, row 3. Montego Masson and Kai Hunter, row 4, with Austin Lee and Mario Sidler completing the top 10. Jort van Wijk, Miska Kaskinen, Vic Stevens, Rashid Ghanem, Lawrence Herboz, Ilvari Tourmiletto, Martin van Leeuwen, William Helgstrand, Leon Zelenko and Sverre Ubben round out the top 20. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Mitch Haynert, Sam Bergstein, Bo Luet, Paul Christian Hamburg, Archie Buttle, Andrei Petrovic, Krik Knorren, George Kapantaris, Frederick Zevis, Christensen, Ralph Winkel, Nicholas Ellis, who will start from the repair area ahead of Emily de Hoys, Zach Heslop, Tonis Johannes Domingas and Christoph Sala, who are the last drivers to make it through out of 61 down to 36. The formation lap now officially underway, and we up the time duration to 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So far this weekend, there's been one driver to beat, and that is the 17-year-old from Tremolo on pole position. But the sunshine bathing half the circuit, it could prove for an interesting mix of track conditions, depending on the evolution of the circuit as the race goes along its natural course. Drivers now start moving into formation as the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for their final race of the weekend. Qualifying 6 heats, 2 super heats lead to this point. Out of the final corner, revs rise, noise increases, the lights are out straight away, and a good start by the inside row. As Kai Rilletz leads the field, we've got 3, 4 off, well, we've got 2 off. And 1, is kicking up the dirt. That is the 385 of Miska Kaskinen. And he's done effectively the Karting Genk muddy joker lap. As Rilletz leads the way, Gilbert down to 4th as they come through turn 6. And head on to the Europalan 2, going pretty much line astern. One of which was, I think, Sam Bergstein, as Dion van Verven nearly got a fright from behind, coming out of the turn 7 chicane. But again, these drivers are really having to tread on eggshells. It's like skating on an ice rink with no traction. And a dry line is starting to slightly emerge. A couple of drivers going off, coming out of turn 9 and nearly using the runoff area. And around goes Leon Zelenko. Another one goes around. There's 2 other karts off, one of which is Sam Bergstein in the 319. I think I might have spotted possibly Christoph Sala also going off in the 381. Rilletz leads by half a second ahead of Thomas Strauver. Quite a few drivers. Well, Montego Masson did tumble. Miska Kaskinen got very, very dirty. I think they're going to have to wash off not just the chassis, but also the driver as well after that one. As there is the 395 of Kai Hunter. So like saying sorry about that to Lewis Gilbert. Thomas Strauver under braking, back end stepping out to the right-hand side into the braking zone for turn 7 at the chicane. So at the moment, with clear air in front of him, Kai Rilletz will try and control the pace. Sometimes in this kind of situation, with the sun beating down on most of the circuit, dry line starting to evolve. You've got to use a little bit of common sense, a little bit of savoir-faire to get yourself around this circuit with no incidents, no mistakes, because that can cost you the opportunity of going for the win. 2.5 minutes down, 11.5 to go. Rilets leads by 6/10, or just over 6/10, ahead of Thomas Strauver. Kai Hunter ahead of Lewis Gilbert in the battle for P3. Fifth is Ethan Jeff Hall. There's Dion van Verven running on the Sodi Kart 377 entry. He's ahead of Austin Lee by about 1.1 seconds. Vic Stevens, Lawrence Herboz and Denmark's William Helgstrand complete the top 10. Emerson McAndrew Uren shouting out, "Come on, Kai Hunter." Of course, another one of the drivers that run as part of Dan Holland Racing. But again, the front two have scarpered away into the distance. Between first to third, that's Kai Rilets and Kai Hunter. 1.6 seconds after 2 laps. We're on the verge of completing lap 3. Dion van Verven goes very, very deep into turn 12 to really hook up the traction on the back axle of that Sodi Kart chassis, and closes in on Ethan Jeff Hall down the start-finish straight once again, and looks for the move up the inside as Jeff Hall runs a little bit deep. And Van Verven now up to 5th position. 4 minutes down, 10 to go. And Rilets is just calmly going along with the business at hand. Strauver is trying to keep pace with him as we've got another kart off. Oh dear, another one taking the dirty joker lap off of turn 2. Not too sure who that was. I'll try and see if I can pick out the karts in a minute, probably through the live timing. So Rilets leading quite comfortably, being able to manage that gap as we've got just under 9.5 minutes still to go. Hunter and Gilbert still squabbling over the final step on the rostrum for 3rd place. Andrei Petrovic now rounds out the top 15 as Rilets starts lap 5. Strauven, Hunter, Gilbert, Van Verven, Jeff Hall, Austin Lee, Vic Stevens, Ivari Tui Mileto and Lawrence Herboz round out the top 10. Jaden Teen, Jort van Wijk, William Helgstrand, Sverre Urban and now Rashid Ghanem from the UAE makes it up to 15th. As a couple of drivers dropping down. Oh, Archie Buttle and Andrei Petrovic. Not been a good race for those two either. 34th and 35th now, respectively. And Mitch Haynert showing at the back end of the field. Started 22nd despite the drama in the superheat. Tom Arnold, you're asking a very, very good question. I wonder how long the D5s will last when they dry up. Well, considering the rain has been torrential in the lunch break, Tom, I would hazard a guess that with the amount of water on the circuit, there are drivers in wetsuits. So the W5s, I would imagine, may be the tyre of choice. When they're lapping at 1 minute 12s, we are way off of the cut-off point or the crossover point for the D5s. We're talking probably the best part of about, I would say, 16 seconds. And now Gilbert through into 3rd. Hunter went wide into turn 3 to try and get the cut back. And Dion van Verven is right with them and looks up the inside. That's going to be 4th for the 377. But Hunter puts the pedal to the metal to try and counteract it. But no go, I'm afraid, there for the 395. And he gets sandwiched between Van Verven and Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall manages to get his way through past Hunter. That's now 5th. So again, it is just about treading on eggshells. Blue flags being waved, no surprise to Mitch Haynett in the 363 because the race leaders are closing in. Battle still waging on. Kai Hunter now drops behind Austin Lee. That's down to 7th for the 395, this year's British and B&L Senior Road Tax Champion. Also some other battles happening. Rashid Ghanem versus Sverre Ubben into turns 1 and 2. And again, there are just battles up and down the order. Mario Sedler goes up past Bolowet into the top 20. Leon Zelenko and Christoph Saller now recovering to 23rd and 24th. Mitch Haynett is keeping well out of the way and pulls off to the right-hand side of the Europlan in the 363. What a shame for the TB Kart Netherlands driver. Has done an absolutely brilliant job. But there is a kart stricken off of turn 6, heading on the infield, and the driver walking away from the kart. So someone has had a drama. We'll find out very, very shortly who that is, because from my vantage point here in the commentary position, I cannot make out the number. Rillerts leads after 7 laps. He's led from lights out so far and has a second advantage over Thomas Strauver. And Mitch Haynett, I think, might have decided to call it quits. As that is, oh no, that is Ivari Toimileto from Finland, who is out after turn 5 on the circuit. And the driver is now in the safety of Marshall post 3. There's Austin Lee making his way through turn number 6. As Dion van Verven gunning for 3rd place. He's got Lewis Gilbert in front of him. And everyone using the curb on the inside approach into turn number 8, and I've just spotted Mitch Haynett has pulled the TB kart number 363 into the pits, and that is his weekend at an abrupt end. A real shame for Mitch Haynett. Showed great prowess in the heats yesterday, had dramas of a technical nature on the right rear going into the superheat this afternoon, earlier on this afternoon. Gilbert takes it tight to the apex through turn 12. So we are down to 34 runners and riders, the last of which is the 361 of Serbia's Andrej Petrovic. Jaden Teen rounds out the top 10 as the battle for 3rd has hit fever pitch. As Lewis Gilbert goes up the inside of the 377 of Dion van Verven, Ethan Jeff Hall very much in the mix. Austin Lee, who it's 3 wide coming out of turn 6. Gilbert to the outside, Van Verven in the middle. Ethan Jeff Hall to the inside. Van Verven makes it through for P3 on the run down to turn number 7. A 4-kart scramble over what is the final step of the podium here in the Golden Trophy Senior Rotax final. And Rillerts and Strauver are 5 seconds up the road. The gap between Rillerts and Strauver on the previous lap was just under 0.6. But with 3 minutes still to go, Van Verven starting to pull away from the 3 behind. Gilbert goes into battle with Ethan Jeff Hall and Austin Lee. Austin Lee sends it up the inside on Gilbert as Ethan Jeff Hall does the same, but that is to no avail because Dion van Verven had the presence of mind and the traction to boot to floor it and go straight past Ethan Jeff Hall. And again, Ethan Jeff Hall up the inside of Van Verven coming out of turn 6. Gilbert adjusting the radiator flap on the right-hand side of his kart as he closes in on Austin Lee. Again, they're 4 in a line coming through the turn 7 chicane. And this is going to get a bit too close for comfort as I saw Lewis Gilbert up the inside of Austin Lee and he's got through. Van Verven, between a rock and a hard place, he's having to defend against everybody that's behind him, which now is going to include Kai Hunter. Vic Stevens not too far off of this battle. Neither is Lawrence Herboz. I would imagine probably in the next minute or so, we could see Jaden Teen join the fray. Under 2 minutes remain. The leader's now on to lap number 11. 6.5 tenths separating Kai Rilets, the current race leader, who's looking for the ultimate clean sweep this weekend. Thomas Sauber is the fastest driver out there, a 1 minute 11.525, as Ethan Jeff Hall stays ahead of Lewis Gilbert, who is still in 5th at the minute. But keep your eyes on Kai Hunter in 7th. He's right on the rear bumper of Austin Lee for 6th place as they come out of the turn 6 hairpin onto the Europlan again. Once more, the traction that Sodi Carter's got is rather impressive out of turn 6, but Ethan Jeff Hall able to mitigate that through braking into turn 7. So with coming up to a minute to go on the timer plus an additional lap, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen and who's going to take the final step of the rostrum. But the two up front, Rilets, Strauver. It's two Belgians leading the way on home soil as we head on to the penultimate lap of the Senior Rotax final. Van Verven holding on by a finger thread for 3rd place. Ethan Jeff Hall is going to be closest to him as the leaders make their way through out of turn number 4. That gap was 6 tenths. It's now been halved. Strauver senses the opportunity is going to come to him, but he's got to go for it. And also Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort has pulled it into the pits, and unfortunately the 393 from the United Kingdom is out of the race. We're down to what will be 33 finishers. Timer now strikes 0. Out of turn 9 for the penultimate time on lap 12 out of 13. Rilets keeps an eye over his right-hand shoulder to see where Strauven is through turn 10. Now out of the left-hander at turn 11. They hurtle their way through into turn 12. One more lap remains. And Strauven's going to get the slipstream on this final tour of this 1.36 kilometre circuit. And he looks for the move up the inside of Kai Rilets, who is looking all over his left and right shoulders and saw Strauven was there. And it was very, very close indeed. Strauven's trying to go around the outside as Rilets keeps on the racing line. It's come down to this. We have got probably the best part of about 800 metres of this circuit left to go, and Rilets knows that he's not going to have it easy. Strauver goes for it towards the outside of turn 7 on the final lap of the race, and Rilets keeps the defensive line. Turn 9, now negotiated by our two race leaders, Kai Rilets and Thomas Strauver. Rilets frantically looking over his left shoulder as they go through turn 10 for the final time. One more corner remains. Rilets takes a quick glance over the right-hand shoulder through turn 12. But out of the final turn, he's done the clean sweep. Rilets is your Golden Trophy Senior Rotax Champion in 2023. 3 heat wins. Superheat win, and now Golden Trophy champion. Rilets does it again. Brilliant stuff, and celebrates with some drifting. A great weekend for the young man, the 17-year-old from Tremelo in Belgium. Multi-time European Junior Champion, BNL Champion, and he's done something special here on home soil. He becomes the 2023 Golden Trophy Senior Rotax Champion. But Thomas Strauver gave him something to think about on that final lap. Strauver takes second. Belgian 1-2 on home soil. Ethan Jeff Hall takes third ahead of Dion Van Verven. Lewis Gilbert rounds out the top 5 ahead of Austin Lee, Kai Hunter, Vic Stevens, Lawrence Herboz and Jaden Teen, who rounds out the top 10. Jort van Wijk, Sverre Ubben, Martin van Leeuwen, Rashid Ghanem and William Helgstrand round out the top 15, followed by Mario Sidler, Zach Heslop, Emily de Hoys, Boluet, Frederick Zevis Christensen, Leon Zelenko, Montego Masson, George Cafantares, Christoph Sala, Miska Kaskinen, despite doing the dirty Joker lap run through turn 2, managed to round out the top 25 ahead of Paul Christian Hamburg, Nicholas Ellis, Ralph Finkel, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Krik Knorren, Sam Bergstein, and Archie Buttle being the last of the 32 drivers that made it through round all 13 laps. Andrei Petrovic a lap down, Brandon Klein-Nagelbort retiring on lap 10, Ivadi Tuimuleto on lap 6, and lap 5 we lost Mitch Haynert, but Kai Rilletz is your 2023 Golden Trophy Senior Rotax Champion. Now it's time to get underway with the penultimate Golden Trophy Golden Trophy final. Next up, it's the final for DD2. Let's have a look at your starting grid, and this is going to be an exciting one. Pole position, it goes to Victor Frostbay with Maxime Dirix alongside on the front row. Patrick Knowles, Loch Mellis, joined by the Flying Dutchman, the legendary Baz Lammers on row 2. Ville Villainen and Jules Cousin, row 3. Nikita Genza, Maxime Shurko, row 4. David Maslakovic and Ben Dorr round out the top 10. After that, we then have the following drivers. Florian Breitenbach, Tim Mika-Metz, Carl Borgard, Manuel Tenschert, Enzo Boll, Fabian Bock, Tomasz Birstins, Brian Anker, Jordi Clebaud, Nicolas Guillaume, Tino Egeskov, Tristan Rennie, Lucas Lippert, Christopher Zaxa, Jan Eckstein, Mats Overhoff, Adrian Yinestad Kurku. Rounding out the grid, it's Lukas Dolizal from the Czech Republic. Another 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. The sunshine again, showing that there could be further track evolution in play. The formation lap gets going right now, and after all 28 drivers have gone past the start-finish line, we'll bring the red lights on the gantry into play. So the DD2 field starting to slow going through turn 7 at the chicane. But I have a very, very good feeling that we're going to be lighting up dynamite the minute the red lights go out on the starting gantry. We've seen some great racing, some great overtaking. I know Giorgio Bertocco, Elia Papacena, everyone in Italy, you are watching Lammers at his best. But he's got 3 other drivers to negotiate first before he hits the front end of the field. The drivers now start going past the point of no return. And this is where the mind games start. So Victor Frostbay will have to have Maxime Dirix alongside him on the front row. Red lights on the starting gantry. Lucas Dolizal needs to pick up some pace and get to the back end of the field. They slow to a near stop out of the final corner. Revs rise. Noise increases. Straight away it's a full start. Race director Martin Leiner not at all happy with that one and sends them around for another tour of this 1,360 metre circuit. Of course, it's going to be a bit of a surreal one, because I know there's one driver at the sharp end of this field who will be moving on in his racing career after this race. As Victor Frostbay goes through turn 7, they've got to make sure that this start is a good one, because if not, our race director will call the red flag. "28 drivers, 14 rows of competitors, set to do one final battle over 14 minutes plus an additional lap here at the home of champions. Get ready, brace yourselves for some of the best racing you will see when it comes to gearbox driving. Out of turn 12, they again slow to a crawl. Victor Frostbay on pole position. Maxime Dirix alongside. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are out, we're underway, and it's an absolute swarm at the front end of the field. Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis, will he get the lead going into turn 2? Yes, he will. Oh, there's a little bit of a touch and a turnaround around about the bottom part of the top 10. It's caused a domino effect, and now everyone's starting to struggle. Lammers is towards the bottom part of the top 10. Everyone went for it at the start. And then we've also got one of the other drivers, I think it might have been Brian Anker, that was off the circuit and was moving slowly. But leading the way, Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis. Nikita Genza has sprung up from 7th on the grid, now rounds out the top 3 behind Maxime Dirix from Belgium. And again, well, the dry line is starting to show. Have some of these drivers decided that slicks might be the better call? There's no rainfall, so if they've gone on the D5s, they'll have done the old Jensen Button trick. Lammers might be one of those drivers that might have chanced it. There's still 13 minutes of this race. Dirix is on slicks. I think probably most of the field might be on it. There may be that handful of 1, maybe 2 or 3 drivers that decided to go for wets. And you can see who are taking the drier lines on the circuit. Maxime Dirix was one of them. He was very, very wide through turn number 2. And the pace may reflect it. Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis is 1.6 seconds up the road. And he's making his way through turn number 7. But a wrong turn, a wrong move, a wrong input of steering or throttle input could put you around very, very quickly, and you'll be pointing the wrong way. So at the minute, Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis leads from Maxime Dirix, Genza, Cousin, Bendor, Maslakovic, Shurko, Borgard, Mika Metz, Bol now up into 10th. Lammers all the way down in 21st at the moment. But the Flying Dutchman might have a surprise in store, but it may not be good enough for the victory. And Victor Frostbay is only just in front of him as well. They're at the bottom part of the field. They're in the bottom 8. That is incredible for me to say that right now. That everyone went hammer and tongs into turn 1, and everyone just got, just really tried to do their best. And of course, for those wondering, we did post on our social media about the trophies that are going to be presented this weekend, and they do look rather, rather nice for both the Grand Festival and for the Golden Trophy. I've just caught an eye of them myself, actually physically, which was fantastic to see. But Maxime Dirix, who's been testing LMP3 after this race weekend, I think is moving on. He's going to be competing in LMP3s next year, and it's a real shame because he's done a great job over the last few years. I've enjoyed watching him race. Now, this might be his swan song in DD2, but he's definitely put on a show for everybody. He's battling away with the 451 of Jules Cousin from France. That's for P2. All dramas for the 484. Manuel Tenchert drops all the way down to 25th. Lammers still struggling. He's down in 22nd at the moment. Some drivers trying to be a bit more fortuitous in their overtakes and trying to do a little bit more. But the dry line might be starting to come to some of the drivers. I can see it on the circuit from my vantage point just off of turn number 10. But as I said earlier, you've got to watch what you're doing if you have gone on the Mojo D5s as opposed to the W5s. For those uninitiated with tyres, D is for dry, W is for wet. So 9.5 minutes still remain. Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis has a lead, and it's a comfortable one. Jules Cousin, 5.7 seconds behind in P2. Dirix in P3. Bendor now 4th. Maxime Shurko 5th. David Maslakovic leading the likes of Nikita Genza. There's Tim Mika-Metz. We haven't seen him at the sharp end all weekend long. And now with these conditions, he's going to try and keep it around the outside of Karl Borgard, but to no avail through turn 4 and into turn 5. Elliot Papacena, I'm wondering if Baz is on slicks. I am certainly wondering that for myself. Baz has now moved up to 21st. 8 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Your guess is as good as mine. Yori Klebor, mechanic by. This man needs a shout out. Goose. All I'm going to say is that man's name and you know exactly who you're talking about. It's the... And Simon, who's on his bike at the moment whilst watching on his smartphone, says, now I'm curious who's on wets and who's on dries. And for those wondering who Goose is, his actual name is Frederick Baker, mechanicking for Jordi Klebor this weekend. And Jordi has called time on his race weekend, and he's out on lap 3. 7 minutes and 40 to go. Now, if some drivers are moving onto the wet line, you know they're on W5s. Maslakovic might be one of them. But if the track starts drying up significantly, which it looks to be doing, there is a big breeze in the air. The flags are blowing all over the place, including the Grand Festival ones, off of turn number 12. Down by the podium where we're going to be hosting the celebrations later on today at around about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And Maslakovic is battling away with Karl Borgard as Klebor now confirmed as an official retirement. Down to 27 runners and riders. And there is Florian Breitenbach getting through on David Maslakovic. Just behind them, they've got Nikita Genza, who's dropped to 10th. 11th, that's Christopher Zaxter from Denmark. And there is Jules Cousin ahead of Maxime Dirix. Dirix has managed to close in a little bit. Loch Mellis has already Loch Mellis is out. Oh, he's checked out big time. We're 6.5 minutes away from the checkered, plus an additional lap, and he is 7.9 seconds up the road from P2. Brian Anker and Victor Frostbay now 20th and 21st. Lucas Lippert 22nd. Bas Lammers 23rd. Jan Eckstein, Tino Egeskov and Ville Villiainen round out the top 26. And Leo saying, die chicken sprockets again. God, that's been the in-house joke with the Italian crowd that have been watching. Maxime Shurko in the meantime has now gotten past Ben Dorr for 5th place. Tim Mika-Metz past Karl Borgard. And there's Maxime Dirix. Dirix has got through on Cousin for 2nd position. Now, Maxime, you've got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to hightail it away from the Frenchman behind you. And they are both, right, I can see that both of them are on wet weather tyres. They're on the W5s. I can see it by the groove in the middle of the tyre. They went for wets, which seemed to have been the right call. Maxime Shurko is catching them up. And the biggest problem is that once you overheat these W5 tyres, they blister, they drop off the edge of a cliff, and you've got to avoid every... so, Richie Hubby, unfortunately, the Micromax final took place about nearly 2 hours ago, so you can actually scroll back. We will be uploading all the races in their entirety, including the Micromax and Minimax Grand Festival Parade earlier on when we went to the lunch break. 4.5 minutes to go, and Maxime Shurko has got the bit between his teeth. I've just seen Ville Villiainen come past the commentary position, and he's all the way down, running out the top 25. Right, Lammers up to 20th now. So let's see. Lammers' pace, 1 minute 7.6. Shurko's got the fastest lap, 1 minute 5.325. I'm going to have a look at the lap times with regards to the... When you look at the lap times, they were considerably quicker than this. Well, probably about 12 seconds quicker. As Shurko looks for the move up the inside through the final corner on Jules Cousin. The two are wheel to wheel, side by side. Shurko gets his head down, sweeps up the inside of the Frenchman through into turns 1 and 2. Gets a little touch from behind. Cousin puts the hammer down and goes sideways out of turn 2. Manages to get back through on the Lithuanian. Lukas Dolizal, who started 28th and stone dead last, is now halfway up the field and is 1.3 seconds behind, of all people, Nikita Genza, who started 7th. But Lammers is up another 3 places. He's 1.4 seconds behind Victor Frostbay and has just put in a 1 minute 5.6. Tyres are now being part and parcel of this equation with 3 minutes to go. Some that might have chanced it on slicks might find the track come to them. Villiainen being one of them. 1 minute 4.692 is the fastest lap from the 4:04 representing Finland. And you can see Bendor is on wets. 100% I'm sure he's on wets. He just darted to the right-hand side of the start-finish straight to cool off the tyres. And Maxim Shurko is gunning for a podium finish. Right behind Maxim Dirix. But also there's an opportunity that Dirix and Shurko, if they get past Cousin, might be on the podium. Bendor senses a wind of opportunity coming his way in the 4:09 with just over 2 minutes to go. Lammers has just set the fastest lap time of the race. No surprise at all. 1 minute 3.481. The slicks gamble didn't pay off for the Flying Dutchman in the 4:08 who started on the outside of row 2. Currently at the moment is 17th, but he's catching hand over fist the likes of Thomas Birsins, Victor Frostbay, and a few others in front of him. Maxim Shurko goes wheel to wheel with Maxim Dirix up towards turn 2. They both pass Cousin. In the meantime, Dirix manages to get through on Shurko outside of turn 2 and make the leap up the inside through 3 with 1 minute and 20 on the timer remaining. Lochmelis, far and away, cannot be caught. He's making his way through turn 9. Shurko going wheel to wheel with Dirix into turn 7. The Lithuanian gets through, and now Bendor tries his best to get through on either one of them, or maybe even the pair of them at the same time. If the track had evolved significantly quicker than your prediction, Tom Arnold, you called that one right. With about 1 minute 30, the track would come to other drivers. Baz Lammers, another successive fastest lap. He's now 13th. I don't think he's going to get to the top 10 by the end of this race unless the drivers in front might be on wet weather tyres, and they are starting to burn up. Dirix sends it up the inside of Shurko, and Cousin goes deep into turn 2, was second for a brief moment. Now back to 4th goes the Belgian. Bendor right with him. This is going to be very, very close indeed as to who is going to take the rest of the spoils. But Patrick Knowles Lochmelis made sure his intentions were the best possible, and he put himself on the right tyre selection. Timer has run out. 14 minutes have elapsed. And Patrick Knowles Lochmelis makes his way out of turn number 12 for the penultimate time. We head on to the 14th and final lap. That's the sign that Lochmelis has been waiting to see. Dirix goes toe-to-toe, sidewall to sidewall, out of turn 11 on Jules Cousin. But keep your eyes on Bendor behind him. Bendor pulls to the right, Dirix counters. And Dirix this time gets it stopped, but Cousin still has the run of momentum to get through and retain third position. Our race leader's already down through turn 7 already off of the Europolan. His lead is 12.6 seconds. Absolutely nothing. When it comes down to the final where it's winner take all, you're going to put your best foot forward. You're going to make sure that it counts at the right place at the right time. And Maxime Dirix, that podium trophy is fast fading away into obscurity. But before I forget, we've got a golden trophy winner. It's none other than Patrick Knowles Lochmelis from Latvia, winning by an absolute country mile. Who's going to finish as runner-up? Out of the final corner, it's Lithuania, followed by France with Maxime Shurko and Jules Cousin, your top 3 in the Golden Trophy DD2 final. But Patrick Knowles Lochmelis. Right, okay, I'm going to go through the results now. Patrick Knowles Lochmelis, after 14 laps, becomes your 2023 Golden Trophy DD2 champion. Maxime Shurko takes second, 12.1 seconds behind. Cousin a further 1.8 seconds off, 4/10 behind him. Maxime Dirix. Tim Mikamet's 5th, Ben Dorr 6th. From down into the bottom part of the grid, after starting on the outside of row 2, Buzz Lammers recovers to finish in 7th. And what's more, get this for the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.667 seconds. Incredible, he's still got it. Victor Frostbay, Carl Bolgard and Florian Breitenbach round out the top 10. Nicola Guillaume, David Maslakovic, Nikita Genza, Tino Egeskov, Lukas Dolizal, Vili Viliainen, Tomasz Birstins, Brian Anker, Tristan Rennie, Adrian Unisad Kurku, Manuel Tenchert, Lukas Lippert, Mats Overhoff, Enzo Boll and Jan Eckstein round out the 27 drivers that completed all 14 laps. And Jody Klebor retires on lap 3. But Lochmelis takes the Golden Trophy DD2 crown in 2023. So we get underway with our final race of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy. It's DD2 Masters. And here is your starting grid. Pole position, it's Yannick Nielsen, and he'll be joined on the front row by his Danish countryman, Nikolai Christensen. Luca Filipponi from Belgium and Igor Mukin from Cyprus will round out row number 2. Bastian Karpov from Germany and his countryman Leonard Schreiber will comprise of row number 3. Wim Rouleau, Jonathan Wimont, they complete row 4, representing Belgium and France. Dimo Francesco from Switzerland, Camille Kubera from the Czech Republic, and S.H. Moon from South Korea rounds out the 11-strong grid. Oh, and dramas for S.H. Moon from South Korea, unfortunately, has ended up going off of turn number 3 and is not going to take any further part in the weekend. A real shame, having travelled all this way to come and compete here at the Home of Champions. So we'll have 10 drivers battling over the next 10 minutes plus an additional lap, 14 minutes plus an additional lap. A lot of love in the chat for Baz Lammers. Thanks to our Italian contingent that have been watching along. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. And thank you, everyone that has been watching over the course of the past couple of days here on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel, live and direct from Karting Genk in the Limburg region of Belgium. So, one last race, one last hurrah. The red lights are on the starting gantry. The drivers line up as they head into the tram lines. Revs rise, noise increases, lights are out for the final time this weekend. And a good start by our pole sitter, Yannick Nielsen, who leads the field. Luca Filipponi, gets spun around whilst trying to go up the inside of Nikolai Christensen. And as a direct correlation, Lennart Schreiber trying to move the kart by throttle input and not quite working out from the man from Germany. And there is more dramas there. Camille Kubera has broken down, possibly. Now, where on earth is that? Well, Camille Kubera managed to get the kart going again. That was coming out of turn 3, or maybe turn 4, I believe. As, more dramas there. That's the 503. Igor Mulkin getting caught out of turn number 11. Might have hit, not too sure what the driver representing Cyprus has just done. If that is the fact he's chanced at going onto slick tyres, judging by Baz Lammers' performance in the DD2 final. So with 12.5 minutes still to go in this race, Yannick Nielsen does lead the way by just over 2.4 seconds ahead of Nikolai Christensen. Jonathan Wimont in 3rd place ahead of Dino Francesco, Bastian Karpov, and quite surprising that Luca Filipponi has ended up down in, I think that is going to be 7th position for the Belgian. So the sunlight starting to lower down here at the Home of Champions. The dry line very much apparent. There's Jonathan Wimont in the 560. All dramas there. That's Luca Filipponi. Oh, dearie me, has come off worse coming out of turn number 3. And who is that with him? Oh, that's the 590, Di Monotto Francesco from Switzerland, pushing the kart unassisted back onto the circuit. Oh, I thought the dramas had concluded in DD2, and then DD2 Masters come along and go, right, let's give the commentator something to talk about. Well, that's exactly what you've done. But Yannick Nielsen is not the quickest driver out there. Well, he's the quickest driver out there at the minute. So best lap time from him so far has been a 58.962. That was on lap 2 of the race. We have 10.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. So Luca Filipponi out, SH Moon out. Oh, right, mistake there out of turn 9 by Yannick Nielsen. Well, would you believe it? He just threw away a 1.7 second lead, and I think it's probably going to be probably the best part of the 3-second pendulum swing in the favour of Nikolai Christensen. So Christensen leads after lap 4, and 3.2 seconds that Yannick Nielsen has just lost as a result of that mistake out of turn number 9. Jonathan Wimore in the 5.60 is in 3rd. Bastian Karpov is in 4th. So out on the first lap, well, before we even got started, SH Moon, Luca Filipponi is on the sidelines, I'm afraid, out on lap number 2. There we have the 5.90. That is Di Monotto Francesco from Switzerland making his way through into turn 12 and is ahead of the 5.99. That's Camille Kubera, who had some technical dramas a little bit earlier on. So that's the change now for 8th place. So 2 confirmed retirements out of 11. Nikolai Christensen starting to expand that lead. Bastian Karpov just puts in the fastest lap of the race on lap number 4, 57.946. And Wim Rouleau from Belgium rounding out the top 5 at the moment. Just did a 1 minute 4.919. Lennart Schreiber trying to close that gap in. And thank you very much, Tom Arnold, for being part of the YouTube conversation all the way through the day. It's been a pleasure having you along with us, along with everybody else that has been part and parcel of the last couple of days. We are getting towards the final checkered flag after 36 races in around 7 minutes and 45 seconds, plus an additional lap here at the Home of Champions. It's been a real pleasure for us here at the circuit with 224 drivers from 29 different nations, and a couple of the 224 drivers that will be heading to the grand finals in around 35 days' time in Bahrain. And, well, Yannick Nielsen and Nikolai Christensen have just put a lap on both Camille Kubera and Di Monotto Francesco. So that's lap 7 in the books, as Notto Francesco might have just parked it into the pit lane. So that will, well, I thought he was parking in the pit lane. At that point, has just gone past the start-finish straight. Sometimes that does quite happen on the odd occasion. But there is Yannick Nielsen, who's closing that gap and has done a quicker lap time to the tune of nearly 1.2 seconds in comparison with our race leader, Nikolai Christensen. So it is the battle of the RS Competition Brigade up front, as Yannick Nielsen has clawed that gap back. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race of a 57.309 and chopped the gap down to what is now 7/10. So still we have nine out of the 11 drivers that started this race nearly 9 minutes ago still running. But it is the Robert Schlunsen and the RSC. Oh, what happened there, Nikolai Christensen? Did you just make a bit of a boo-boo going through into turn number 3? I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on because mistakes are being made. I haven't seen Nikolai Christensen make any errors. And so what I've seen just from a few seconds ago, that Christensen went on the brakes, hit the curb, it pitched the kart sideways. He tried to boot the throttle coming out of turn 3, and it didn't quite work out. He was sideways. A bit further back, though. Here's Igor Mukin and the 554 of Wim Rouleau. That is a change for position. That's 5th. So Igor Mukin managing to get through. There is Jonathan Wimore, who's about 11.7 seconds behind Nikolai Christensen, who made a bit of an error on his own misjudgment, I think. Even these curbs, despite the track drying out here at Karting Genk, the curbs are going to be very, very slippery. If you make one wrong move, as we saw with Nikolai Christensen, he turned it in, the left front tyre got caught on the curbing, he went to then press the throttle down, and I think maybe a little bit too much throttle from Christensen meant that he would spin that kart around, and that, he nearly spun the kart around, he ended up going sideways. So that just goes to show it is never, ever easy. So Yannick Nielsen has a lead of 2.2 seconds. And Wimore, normally I've seen him on either a red speed chassis, a little bit further back, well, picture in picture. That is going to be a change, I think, again, as Lennart Schreiber has got past, Wim Rouleau in the 554, so that is going to be a change for 6th position. So Lennart Schreiber has now got a 3.3 second differential to claw back in the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds, plus one additional tour of this 1,360 metre circuit. There's Bastien Karpov, who is closing in on the 560 Sodi kart of Jonathan Wimore from France. Nielsen is pulling away from Christensen in terms of the lead of the race so far, but we are coming down to the final couple of minutes of the race weekend. Mistake from Wimore, and through goes Bastien Karpov to take 3rd position and flies his way through turn number 5. So not that far away from getting the final checkered flag of the weekend being shown on the start-finish straight. But Yannick Nielsen with the lovely checkered flag style-inspired livery on the main body of it. He looks over his right shoulder. Nikolai Christensen is wondering, who on earth is that in front of me? Well, it could be possibly it could be Wim Hulo, possibly. They are a lap down, and Camilo Kubera is about to get a fright. Well, he pulls over to the right-hand side, out of turn 9, and stays out of Yannick Nielsen's way. So we come down to what will be the final 2 laps of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and Golden Trophy here at the Home of Champions as Yannick Nielsen comes across the line. Camille Kubera, again, just trying to keep out of everybody else's way at the moment. There is Nikolai Christensen, who was leading at one point before the moment through turn 3, caught him out, and then gave Yannick Nielsen the opportunity to sprint into the distance. As Yannick Nielsen makes his way out of what will be turn 12 for the 15th and penultimate time as we go on to the 16th lap of this race, the final lap of this race, and also the final lap of the race weekend here at the Home of Champions, Karting Genk. He has a lead of 2.652 seconds. Third position, Bastian Karpov is a further 13.5 seconds back. Jonathan Wimore in 4th. Wim Hulo in 7th. Dimonocho Francesco and Camille Kubera bring up the last 3 positions in the field. Igor Mukin and Lennart Schreiber, they are going to be battling over 5th because they are only half a second apart. Yannick Nielsen makes his way out of turn 9 for the last time as the floodlights are being shown up around the circuit here at Karting Genk. But one more champion to crown, and it's going to go to Denmark as Yannick Nielsen becomes your 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy DD2 Masters champion, and wins ahead of countryman Nikolai Christensen by just over 2.2 seconds at the end of 16 laps. So drivers coming across the line. Wim Hulo takes 7th. Bastian Karpov rounds out the top 3 representing Germany. Jonathan Wimore in 4th. And who's going to be the best of the rest in terms of 5th position? And sportsmanship, as always, between the Danes. Igor Mukin and Lennart Schreiber, the last time I saw, were covered by just over a 1/10 of a second. And it is going to be Igor Mukin that might win the battle for 5th position because they're coming out of the final corner. Igor Mukin representing Cyprus and Lennart Schreiber representing Germany rounds out the top 6. And there is your DD2 Masters Golden Trophy champion, Yannick Nielsen from Denmark, winning by 2.2 seconds. Great to see the smiles and the sportsmanship and the post-race chatter between Nikolai Christensen on the right and Yannick Nielsen, our DD2 Masters Golden Trophy champion. We've got quite a few thank yous. We've got the likes of Martin, Hans, Mike, Daniel, Steffi, Paul, Adri, Björn, Francois, Janine, Liam, Vera, Willie, Nicole, Francis, Theo down on the pre-grid. We've got Margaret, Peter, Patsy, Philip, Lilia, Mathieu, Dion, well, we would have Dion and Ludo with us. Philip, Jeremy, Anthony, Mario, Lara and Jan, Victor, Max, Nadine, Jean, Hoodie, all the team at Team MKG, Jean-Pierre on the Jeep, AMS and our Dr. Guy helping us out as our local doctor, Team Red, the medical team, along with Brenda, Mike, Dave, who have been our organisers. Guys, thank you very much. And a big thank you to everyone that has been part of this year's Golden Trophy and Grand Festival. 224 drivers from 29 different nations. We've had trials, tribulations, we've had differing weather conditions, but we all got through it. For those wondering, the podium celebrations will take place down by the grandstand at 5:15 this afternoon. On behalf of everybody here at Karting Gank and the team at the B&L Karting Series, we will see you in 2024. We want to wish everyone that is going to the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December the 2nd and the 9th this year the very, very best of luck. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, the official commentator for the event. Wishing you a very good evening and take care. See you all soon. Goodbye.